am now speaking directly into your ears. Oh fuck, there's one thing I forgot actually. I forgot to actually launch my rig. I knew I forgot a thing. I forgot, you know, my funny tanuki girl. I forgot me. I forgot myself. I think that's the funniest thing you should, like, forget. Okay, there we go. I have control of my face as well. I need to, like, move where my camera is, cause I don't know. I don't feel like it's been capturing my face properly lately. Let's just troubleshoot that another time. I say, looking at the landmarks and getting bothered. Okay, anyways, I'm going to minimize that so I get less bothered. Now I put out the tweet. I had that initial moment of troubleshooting. Oh, what? Sorry, thanks for the 49-month free sub.
Doing a few raids just cause it's been a bit and spacing out. Forgot Great Tusk would be weak to flying, so it was KO'd in a Staraptor raid. And I'm realizing how funny it is that the shiny sparkle pens when returning to the battle. Like, yeah, I'm throwing, but check this out.
Pens. It's a good Dorifort song, sir, and Dorifort music fucks. I'm throwing, but check out my cool Pokemon. Okay, I remember the main one I wanted to shiny hunt recently was a Noibat. That's a fucking bunch of Cricketots. I can deload them by going in here. Didn't this deload them? Normally Pokemon deload when you like go into stuff like a Poke Center. Maybe not. Maybe that only applies to towns. Either way. Got 2 Charmanders from... I need to still ask a friend for a Charmander, because I just didn't bother with the Charizard raids, honestly.
Isn't that event still alright? I haven't actually connected to the internet.
That's... I'd appreciate it.
I could breed one right now. I got one of the funny level 100 Charizards.
I think I'll take a Charmander from Sir, I appreciate it, hun. Because it's a German Charmander, and I think it'd be funny. Hi there, fucking
Hell yeah.
On the wall. I don't remember where. Because I did a, like, Noibat, breakout around here somewhere. So I know Noibat should spawn there, and then I'll, you know, set up food. It might be there, actually. Oh no! We're losing altitude! Mayday! Mayday! I love that dude! Is it called Glumundos? That's a sick name. I love that at some point after like gliding too long, your Pokemon will just like close its wings outright. So I thought one of those hound hours looked weird, but no. Yeah, I was around here. Ooh, Hawlucha. I swear if I find a fucking shiny goat during this stream, I might actually lose it. Premier Ball. If this trade's going to happen, I'll actually trade first before picnicking, just so no time is lost. Pretty sure I just heard Crystal's reforming. This is going to be the code, sir, and I. 5325, 5325. I like fun little patterns in my codes. Yeah, what to trade? Oh, there's a few of these you don't. Do you want my American Ditto? You can technically Masuda breed with this Ditto. This is this is optimal breeding Ditto for you for shiny breeding. Funny how that works. Look at that little dude.
Honestly, still a tiny bit bored of Charizard, but they did its model good in this game.
Yeah. That's like one of the main reasons I never did the raids, because I could not motivate myself for a Charizard. Oh, oh! I saw a famous summon weird there. Thanks, Knight. Charizard German name is Glorak. That's pretty rad, honestly. Yeah, the main reason I couldn't motivate myself to do the Charizard is I didn't care enough about Charizard. Let's make a sandwich. I'm going to be using Encounter Power 2 strats for now. And just fucking draw balling Shiny Charm chance. That's been working for me, honestly. Though there's some typings that do not have Encounter Power 2, which is the most fucked up thing. It's psychic and I think electric. Both. Actually, I think no electric. I don't think has encounter power 2 either. And I don't think fire either. Yeah, fire doesn't have encounter power 2 either. Oh, there's encounter power 2 for dragon. The Zito's gonna fuck so hard. Hell yeah. Patty on one side. Just so. Why is everything rumbling so much? Okay. Did the burger nearly just jostled itself out of the sandwich for no reason? The most incredible sandwich you've ever seen. What is happening? The visuals during that just nice. Oh, I see. The shadows around here was weird, so... Oh, you can already see the dragon power taking effect. Whew, you certainly can see the dragon power taking effect. I'll definitely be able to tell shiny Noibats and Noivern, because they're just fucking green as hell. They make funny sounds. I don't think they spawn into walls around here. Why are there goats? I don't like seeing the goats. I heard a Noibat, but I don't see a Noibat. I don't like this. Because if something spawns in the wall and I don't see it, then, shit. Unlimited goat works. For real, though. At some point, I just need to grind those out for a full box of them as a joke at this point. The goats are non-stop. Oh, Dratini can also spawn here. That's a good one to keep in mind as well, actually. That's a fun little rotation of spawns then. Dratini, Noibat. Those two mainly is what I'm now aiming for, because I love a green Dragonite. I know Dratini's shiny is pink, I believe. Oh, Swablu too, but I already have a shiny Swablu. Down there. I think there's some in the wall. Oh, they're over here. Oh, let's go away. Dratini can spawn in here. Like that. Maybe I should, no, I prefer doing it this method. Oh, sometimes Koraidon has itches getting out of water, and you know what? I know how that's like. Sometimes when I take when I'm lying down in a bath and not just taking a shower, You know, sometimes it's hard to get out of the tub. Like, your whole body's wet and porcelain or whatever is slippery. Like, it's honestly not a good matchup. Oh, fuck. They're absolutely... Yeah, they're... Okay. I'm noticing an issue with doing it here. Pokemon can, in fact, spawn inside of this fucking wall. Inside of this rock. So if a shiny spawns in there, I'm not going to know about it. Like a good amount of them spawns outside of them as well. Hi there, Corviknight. Yeah, like that's a Flora. I wasn't expecting to see a Sunflora. I was like, what? Why is there green? Yeah, a fair amount of them still spawn outside of it. So it's worth doing it out here. I'm staring at those goats. I think that some point might be like a funny fix and counter thing. What are you fighting? Stop fucking with the rocks! Stop licking the rocks! Ooh, getting a shiny camera up would also be nice. Shiny camera up kinda fucks. I think a shiny goat is bound to happen. Funny how Encounter Power 2 still lets plenty of things slip through the cracks. But I'm fine with just doing Encounter Power 2 and doing this. Cause like I'm still rolling so much, it's not going to take that long, realistically speaking. Look around back here to... guess that's not actually far enough to despawn them. It is fun just rapidly despawning and respawning Pokemon. An eye in the sky as well. At least I know for a fact they're going to be very noticeable. I think after I get a Noibat, I'll probably do Electric to get myself a shiny Mareep and hopefully a shiny Sandy Shocks. Which, those one I'll probably eat a Urban Mystica food for it. Since there's no electric encounter power 2. And encounter power 1 is just super mediocre. Whoop. They spawn in and I accidentally bump into them. Nothing. What? Ah! I drifted into them. This is why these teams are, I tend to put chill music on, because there's realistically not much for me to like actively commentate or talk about. Like I can talk about poking fun at that IGN article about Armored Core 6, which I did before a stream with Abby, because it's a funny thing to poke fun at. How desperately that interviewer wanted to compare things to Dark Souls or Sekiro. And both Miyazaki and I wish I could remember the other dude's name off the top of my head. They both were just constantly like, no, we're not taking inspiration from those games. This is an Armored Core game. And we are, in fact, making it an Armored Core game. It feels like they so desperately wanted to write a headline concerning Dark Souls. Me too. I'm super, like, I had faith it wouldn't be, but having the hard confirmation that they're not doing Soulsborne style for it is very nice. It also is fun seeing them say a focus on boss battles and stuff, and you know, putting the bigger focus on single player over multiplayer, which I personally am fine with. Like, I know Armored Core had, like, for the time, pretty solid PvP scenes, but you know, it's not a thing I'll play much with, so I prefer having a good single player experience. Funny how that works. Oh no. Yeah, this game still has funny little crashes. Damn, first one for you. I wish I knew how only having one is like.
Honestly, even though I didn't like Sekiro much, Armored Core not being a stealth game makes me hopeful that it'll have the part that director is good at, the action.
It's funny because I know some Armored Core games actually tend to have like pseudo sort of stealth segments. Not necessarily, but there's definitely now and then segments where you're not allowed to go in with a weapon. But yeah, God, that does remind me of when the interviewer heard that there are swords going to be in Armored Core, and you know there might be counters. The dude just immediately took that moment to try and latch onto a Sekiro connection, and they were like, no. Like, yes, there are swords and counters, but no, it's just approaching that as, yes, this is just a thing that makes sense. Because we want to empower people who use melee in this game. It's like such a near nothing interview. That Corviknight just has stopped appearing. Staring at the Dratini just in case. I see a Go-Go cluster is going to spawn in, and one of them is going to be shiny, and that's going to be the first shiny of the stream, and I'm going to cry. I am cursed with goats. Also, I just realized I don't have the Urban Mystica chart thing up. Should have considered doing that beforehand. Funny dogs can spawn too. Actually, I don't know why sometimes when I hold up on a wall I slide down. Your bases don't hard despawn Pokemon. I know towns force despawn all Pokemon. Slowly trying to see if I can find more and more optimal ways to despawn and respawn things. Sadly not working out. I'm gonna continue running my funny little laps. I'm glad this is at least going to be a very notable color. That way I can just run haphazardly. Actually, that seems... No. I thought this was like a thing that, since I saw certain ones despawn very fast, I was like, oh, did I find a forced despawn spot? Nah. I think this lap might work a bit better. Definitely been getting me more annoyed about specifically. Woo! Pausing for a moment to like actually take in what I'm looking at. I only saw the Noiver in there, so I'm like, make sure to look at the rest of them, just in case. Forget how shiny Numal looks. I know Numal isn't black like shiny camera up. Is it one of those blue ones? Is Numal blue? Whoop.
Shiny Numal is sadly not one of the more noticeable ones. It's a bit paler, but Camerupt is a very noticeable grey.
Yeah, gray slash black. Shiny camera kind of fucks. It's sometimes just drawing the chances, or even if shiny charm doesn't always work out. So normally, like, I get them at relatively reasonable times. It's nice to do for ones I can at least do encounter power 2 for. Since I don't feel like doing the funny multiplayer trick of essentially not using up Urban Mysticas. Not the necessary kind of exploit I enjoy doing. Eventually. Zodi. Welcome, welcome. Currently I'm looking for a shiny Noibat. So I've just been having counterpower 2 food for dragon. So I might, after this food, I might just switch to Mareep and Sandy Shocks. Just to, like, keep things actively different and not just do one over and over. Hell yeah. Now, there's some things in this game I wish I could do again. Like, honestly, the final story fight is one of them. The Elite Four as well. Oh, geez. Lots of bats. I love when you just bonk on something in the air. Whoa. They just spawned on top of me. Literally, as I was running through, they just spawned. Making sure Encounter Power 2 is still going. I don't think I even found a single one during main game. But then, like, once I began doing all the funny things you can do for shinies, I've been getting plenty. Funny elephants.
Over here on my end, it did turn out that I had seen one during the story retroactively, cause many days later it had turned out that I saw a shiny Tatsugiri.
Oh no, right, yeah, I remember. The white one. God, I had that made me remember that I had a dream where there were like 15 more Tatsugiri forums that all had different unique shinies that people had only just found out for some reason, like days in. That were all just increasingly more rare. The cutscene skip doesn't skip that much. Wild. I guess the Sandy Shocks hunt will. Well, first I'll do Marie, then Sandy Shocks, because I want my funny little hot pink bitch. I also eventually want to shiny hunt Veluza, but since I'm going to use the psychic typing on it, it's going to probably require me to use Urban Mysticas as well, because there's no Encounter Power 2 Psychic. Yeah, the one that had bees. Ah! The sheep full of bees. Yeah, and from then on, I always enable the option of forcing it to not stick to. Make sure it never evolves into one of its own line. It was, in fact, a very fun time. And that one also had evil villain the Vespiquen that did pretty heckin' well for us. Damn, none of these bats be green. Fucked up bat moments. I think I'm going to move to the location I have in mind for yeah. This is where I have in mind to try and shiny hunt funny little Mareeps. This time I am going to plant down a hard save. Make sure I have autosaves off. Oh yeah, I still need to do like... I'm going to like look around just in case one may have spawned. Nah. I still need to like battle trainers to get those funny little rewards. Because I have not done that. Okay, let me look up Pokemon shiny food. Hopefully I can find the one with the good recipes. Okay, yeah, this one has the good recipes. Creative mode. These, an onion, a prosciutto, green red, sweet, spicy. Any two works. This should give me what I want. If it doesn't, I at least have the hard save and I can see where I went wrong. There's so many bell peppers. The onion is still in? That still counts? Onion is still touching the sandwich.
Onion gaming.
That's when the onion finally opens up its own Let's Play channel. Let's see. The encounter working. Encounter, yep. And then I want to pack up and go. The fun thing about being here is that I can step into here. It'll despawn all the Mareeps. I step out and it spawns in a bunch of Mareeps. And Jigglypuffs, I guess. Like, be observant for pink bitches. Need like a spot where to make sure I see all the spawns. Not as many sheep are spawning. There's so many Igglybuffs spawning. There we go, that's what you want to see. The Jigglypuff always catch me off guard. I'm like, oh, pink! That must be... No, it's a Jigglypuff. I know the Mareep is more, like, aggressively pink. But it's still, like... takes me a moment. Outside. Come on, sheep, no need to be so shy.
One thing I do kind of love about this game is when a Pokemon spawns under a tree and it's asleep there.
Yeah, I agree. That's one of my favorite things to see. Where all the fucking sheep at? I just want to run around. Like that sheep right there! Asleep. Yeah, we big chillin'. Hi there, Howie. Hope you're doing well. Where are the sheep at? I feel like there has to be a better spot that like more aggressively spawns in sheep. I think this might be my spot. This is my spot I've been looking for. So the tree does block a few funny little sheeps. Guess I'll find one. I despise the Jigglypuff spawning in so much. Got a plumber to replace toilet and helping. That's good at least. Jigglypuff, go away. Eventually I'll find myself the hot pink bitch named Breakfast. I'm not gonna name it Breakfast because I already have another Pokemon. I have my shiny Dunsparce from Abby that I named Breakfast. Heavily modified and a modern New Vegas of hell, yeah. I'm shuffling through so many Mareeps. Come on now. Have to be careful to not like back into the deloading zone when one spawns in, which is a thing I've been trying to keep mindful of doing. Sometimes takes them a bit to spawn in. Takes a game a hot second. I need to check behind those trees every single time. I don't think that was one. I think that was a Jigglypuff. Just playing a funny trick on me, giving me big anxiety. But the instant it becomes daytime, I think it'll be way easier, cause the light will definitely make that pink pop, I think. I mean, I also remember last night watching a funny little the funny little event Ludwig hosted of that began with melee players playing melee, then boxing, then playing more melee, then boxing, then turned eventually became chess boxing, where they had Germa there to like announce the winners and stuff, cause that, you know, when you that's the thing Germa is good there for. Oh fuck, I see another deer has entered the call, muted.
Hello.
Oh, muted.
Yep.
That's fucked up.
It is fucked up. Hiya, Av.
Hi, I slept for a bonus 4 hours.
Yo, bonus 4 hours!
I don't feel very good.
Oh. I gently compress you.
I explode. I don't like sleeping for long periods of time. It makes me feel like garbage.
I feel that.
Throws Ev into the ocean.
Remember when we watched Melee players and chess players box?
Yeah. And Point Crow was there.
Point Crow was in fact there boxing disguised Toast.
Who I feel like were the least. They were the least melee, chess players in there, and they had people who were like 300 elo.
Yeah. I think disguised
I
Toast.
think we should make melee players box against the world weightlifting champion.
I think disguised Toast does. I guess he does. I don't know if he actually plays much chess or not. I feel like he might have, but who knows? He does whatever is trending the most. Just gotta make chess trending, and you'll see a bunch of videos of him playing chess. And then Point Crow will follow suit with a funny chess doing a chess challenge. Chess, but every minute, my opponent eats a chess piece.
Yeah. I think eating chess pieces is funny.
Chess, but every it can't be 5 minutes, because 5 minutes is too long for a chess match. That does have to be a minute. Chess, but every minute a cat walks over the chessboard and we pick up from there.
You think those big name like chess AIs could replicate a cat
No.
walking over a chessboard?
I didn't wait to hear the question. They can't.
It's simply not possible. My funny pink sheep won't appear.
That's fucked up.
Yeah. Come on now, funny pink sheep. The fucking, like, it sometimes takes the game quite a bit to, like, spawn in the entire cluster of sheep. What's like a group of sheep called? You know how there's like a murder of crows?
Give me a second, look at this up.
Yeah.
A flock.
Yeah, you know, that makes
It
sense.
makes sense.
That one Mareep is so fucking tiny!
Baby ass Mareep.
How are you so small? This method is giving me is atrophying my brain. I need to run around for the atrophy spreads to the rest of me.
I think I'm in a perpetual state of atrophy. I mean, I say this, but this is actually literally just what my disability is. So.
Yeah, in the back of my head, I was like, isn't that, like, actually, like, actual for you? But I didn't want to say it.
That is, in fact, actually actual for me, and I kind of forgot that.
Yeah, don't think about it much, hon. I gently pat you and remove your brain.
I explode.
Well, at least I've got your brain. So, I guess, you is technically safe.
That's been the definition of the human body.
According to our brain. I'll just slowly, like, you know, get you new organs and put your brain in as practically you. You know, find somebody who's like genetically similar to you and just give you like some of their organs. So it's practically you, genetically speaking.
Yeah, Baphesius.
Totally unrelated. Abby, we do need to like eventually get back around to me watching you finishing up Nirvana Initiative.
True.
Oh my god. Cotton candy guy.
Oh.
A baby.
I really enjoy how TTS said that a baby. Great capture. Yeah, cotton candy is like too like often of a name for this thing. I already have one named breakfast. I have pink lemonade. So it has to be something different. Actually, I think I have nicknames off for now because I was breeding. So I'll nickname that later. I'm immediately going to Area 0.
Name it Zephalaxiaxis, the great chaotic destroyer of truth and chaos. That'll definitely fit.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure even the first part. Twitch chat doesn't even know how the main part of that name is spelled. That just feels like a dwarf fortress name. Hi there, I choose. How many there are, and then I just like jump up here.
And these stocks are multiplying. Holy shit.
Jesus Christ! Oh my god,
I love the way they move. It's so funky.
I don't know how shiny Raichi looks, so that's a thing to keep for me to try and keep in mind. Ability?
Well done. Raichu shiny is well done.
Gotcha. You're not like looking at a Alolan Raichu, right?
I'm looking at regular Raichu. I'm looking at the model from Scarlet and Violet, even. I mean, the Alolan Raichu shiny is actually well done because it's like actual dark brown, but it's like a warm orange.
There are so many of them. Please fucking climb!
I hate this area in particular for that exact reason.
I still can't believe the one shiny I got from Crown Tundra Adventures was a Gala marked shiny Alolan Raichu. Actually genuinely rare.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, Pommies are spawning as well. Or Pommos, or whatever the fuck. I feel like there has to be a spot nearby that just forcefully despawns all of them real quick, like. There's so many. Get into my funny little corner. Where the Sandy Chalks at?
What the dog?
But actually, though, that one's tiny. It has like completely black legs and a more like bronzish body. It's very noticeable.
Yeah, the body is a very different color.
It essentially is shiny Magneton. Since all the prehistoric ones are have their shinies based off of, you know, the original one.
Meanwhile, the future ones are kind of lame in comparison.
So it works for some of them, like
It definitely works out of absolutely.
But part of me also wishes they had a similar thing. But then I also wouldn't have literal Mechagodzilla.
Yeah, Mechagodzilla is the big win here, I think. I also think lighter color Hydreigon works really well.
Yeah, but I'm sad because that misses out on green.
Yeah.
So no matter what, for me, that's an L.
I'm missing out on Blue Valiant, so we all take our L's somewhere. Everything's chrome in the future.
Another one that took an L is Iron Treads. Is it
Yeah,
Treads or Treads?
absolutely huge L. It's Treads.
Okay. Meanwhile,
And I warmed up the bundle, Shiny.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Great
I
Tusk.
was spacing out which were the other ones.
The other ones that took an L? Like, for me, like, on basis, the future Hydreigon is an L, personally, just because, you know, it doesn't gain green. But that's, you know, just an inherent bias for me.
Giant took an L because it lost its really solid color scheme to hot pink, to be not even a hot pink bitch named Breakfast. It's just a partially pink bitch named like mid-afternoon brunch.
Mm-hmm. Why are you brunching mid-afternoon?
Exactly. Also, Iron Treads.
Iron Treads is a big L.
Iron
Yeah,
has-
fair. The good future shinies are extremely good, but the bad ones are just worse than the regular, Jugulus definitely included.
It'd definitely be nice if all shinies were more noticeable. Though some people do. There are some people out there that do prefer the subtler ones. On how the subtler ones look as well. Meanwhile, there are also people that don't enjoy how many just green ones there are. And I'm like, hee hee, give me the greens. feel like the sandy checks has to happen with this within this food buff. I have 6 minutes left. Gotta happen.
Gotta happen.
Gotta happen.
I will also say that I'm curious to see what they'll do for the fucking future legendary that they're releasing at some point, because those are a thing that's happening also.
Yeah.
We might even get several other future Pokemon as well at some point, which would be really cool.
That would be nice.
But we have at least one that's basically confirmed for both timelines.
Yeah, because we don't have, like, the unifying legendary, you know, is what I generally call it. You know, like, there's Groudon, Kyogre, then there's Rayquaza.
Yeah.
There's Palkia, there's Dialga, then there's Arceus. That sort of trio.
I mean, that's Giratina, but...
Yeah.
Giratina finishes that trio. Arceus is just there to be a fucking dweebus.
That's fair. There's generally a trio like that, yeah.
Yeah, we have the third legendary,
I've
which is going to
honestly
be in
been
both
avoiding
games.
acknowledging the leaks other than what was in base game.
I mean, all the time I'm talking about wasn't base game. Like, the book does include the legendary, like the legendary fucking the Gen 2 trio and the Gen 5 trio for past and future respectively. It doesn't. Those are in the books. If you go to the school and look for them.
I feel like I
Same
remember.
same for like an actual image of the new third legendary. That's like very vague and hard to get anything out of. Are they gonna do Arvin's post-story plot to see those?
The fire type for a second. Yeah, I also picked up Fuecoco for my first run. It's my favorite. Fuecoco is just a little funky dude.
I just gotta go blah later.
Yeah. Bwong.
I also like the gay duck.
Yeah. I didn't realize. I think it's probably the Violet Dex that the gay duck is in War with Sarina.
Yes.
Sarina just fucking hates that gay duck. Sarina's homophobic.
I definitely sent this image to you, Lena, but the fucking image of fucking
Yeah.
like two stick figures, one colored the lesbian colors and one colored the gay colors, kicking each other.
Yeah. It's so funny.
It's also funny that fucking Quavel loses that battle every time based on type matchups.
Yeah. Though, I mean, Quavel also has Ice Spinner.
True.
And Ice Spinner kinda hits hard.
I think it's a solid move.
Look, I've got wiped by Ice Spinner enough times. Fuck that. Isn't it like one of the... Probably not the best physical ice move, but it's definitely up there.
It's not technically the best because Icicle Crash is 5 base power higher, but has notably lower accuracy.
Okay, so it's the best ice move.
Yeah.
5 power more for any amount accuracy less is not worth it. the wall. Let me up the wall. Jesus Christ, get right on. Oh, a funny thing that happened is a friend of mine had the same funny white dog glitch during Brusha's thing, but since they were violet, they thought the glitch was getting them a shiny Miraidon, since it's close to Miraidon's shiny. But then I showed them mine, and they're like, oh, it's not that it's shiny, it's just weird colors.
Ow! Pain.
And then I also told them about how you gaslit me.
Look, you cannot blame me for that. When I saw the dog getting covered in snow and thought that was just what you were talking about, not your dog becoming pure white. Motherfucker became a piece of paper, alright? No one could have played for that.
I think I can still blame you for that. I might do a ground encounter 2 food and do Camerupt and Sandy Shocks here.
Camerupt's good.
Yeah. Oh, yep. The food's worn off, you can tell, because goats are here. That's what's the real tip-off. Goats have arrived.
What about a number shiny?
Look, I'm glad I at least found one other shiny before the goats. I still need to get myself a base, just a normal Volcarona shiny, since I have Slitherwing shiny.
Yeah. I also need to get, I need to figure out some way to get a Slitherwing. I'll probably do, like, some kind of trade for it at some point.
Like a normal Slithering?
Shiny Slitherwing.
Okay.
I already have a whole ass Slitherwing, don't worry.
Yeah, I remember you kept one in my game.
Yeah.
Shiny hunting using other people's spawns is completely unreasonable, so best to just set up a trade for one.
Yeah, exactly. Because that shit's garbage.
This is like the easiest encounter power too. It's just ketchup, mustard, and an onion, and suddenly ground types just fucking love you.
That's not a fucking onion. That's an herb sausage.
Oh, is that an herb sausage?
That's an herb sausage.
The icons look the same.
So zig.
So sick.
So sick.
This one I actually like. It's just fast that you drop the top on for this one. The top is clipping into the sausages.
The top is... Yeah. I'm glad we both saw that.
Yeah. Nom. I still think it's super fucked up that there's not encounter power 2 for every type. And I don't think you can even custom make encounter power 2 for the ones that don't have it. I tried my best in that, like, sandwich simulator that exists. I could not manage to force encounter power psychic 2 onto a sandwich. Like, actually an annoyance of mine.
does have a fucking camera doing a little dance.
Yeah.
Dawn fan is here.
That's ground type. You can see that encounter power 2 still lets things like low kicks and like in rock leaking, and you don't get nearly as many sandy shocks appearing.
Yeah.
It's not like an anxiety-inducing amount of them. The encounter power 2 fighting gets you an enormous amount of great tusks appearing. Just turn around, Kuraidon, you dumb little dog. You're like near Research Station 4. If you have like encounter power 2 for fighting, just an obscene amount of great tusks spawn. It's like one of the best deals. That camera up. Camera up turned around to look at me. Eventually I have to find a shiny Sandy Chuck. Sandy Chucks has been one I've spent the longest to try and find. If I find another blue Venomoth. Because I already have 2 shiny Venomoths. I think I gave one to Abby.
You did. Yeah.
Yeah. Naming, what would be a good name for a funny little Smoliv? I know I named mine Ultra Version because of olive oil. Just a step above extra. My brain says like Abby, I appreciate you just having that you like on demand like that.
It's not really on demand, it's not on my keyboard, and I haven't memorized the alt code, so I Google you with umlaut for it every time.
I appreciate you having it on demand. It is similar to me not knowing the little keyboard thing for an Enya, so I just tend to Google Spanish and because I don't have the brain capacity to remember the alt code for an Enya.
I'd have the brain capacity to remember an alt code.
Isn't that what I just said?
I mean, you said specifically for Enya, to be fair.
In general as well. Like, I don't have any alt codes memorized. I do realize that me saying that seems to imply that I have brain capacity to memorize other alt codes, but for some reason specifically not Enya. But I don't have the brain capacity for alt codes. Alt 13 makes a music note. That is cute. Thinking about Dwarf Fortress still. Goats. I need to stare at the goats when they appear. Because, you know, what if one's shiny, you know? More likely than I want.
I have exactly one alt code memorized, and it's very important for my brand. Get it. Get it. Because it's trademark.
No, I think you need to elaborate.
I don't get the joke.
No.
Damn,
Oh.
I'll never understand the joke then. I'll never understand Abby's high class of humor. Staring at the goats. Ev, would you say Camerupt's a dog?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I agree. Camerupt is very dog. How does Shiny Talonflame look?
Blue.
Blue? I was thinking it was blue, but I wasn't sure if it was, player 2 colored.
That is not blue.
Is it not blue?
Actually, wait, I misremembered.
Shit. Abby and I have...
It's orange.
Okay. Abby and I have both have the same thought on Talonflame. Abby, I think you and I both think Talonflame is blue.
I think it might be another Morn. Now I'm curious.
I know how Lucia's is like super fucked up looking. Oh, hi there, Lokix. Like, I think how Lucia becomes like black and pink or some weird shit. I'm holding up and I'm sliding down the cliff instead of climbing up.
It feels like that one cliff is like the buggiest fucking section of Area Zero.
I haven't... it's a thing that actually happens often to me. It usually depends on like how I approach a cliff, like if I... with the camera.
Yeah.
And then even if you turn the camera around, it just doesn't, like, realign how you should be inputting. It's weird. It's all weird. Oh. This one doesn't work. I'll try and think of another to rotate over to. I might attempt Shiny Veluza.
Lena, I will tell you right now, Shiny Veluza is a great shiny. I know it's green. It's not worth it.
I'm gonna attempt a shiny Veluza.
Veluza will literally kill you.
I'm gonna attempt shiny Veluza.
I have never seen a fish so fucking desperate to kill somebody. That motherfucker needs to kill.
I have a plan. Donphan's Sunday Cliff. Not Donphan's Vampies.
After skimming through a list of shiny Pokemon, I have no explanation as to why I have such a vivid image in my head of a blue shiny Talonflame.
I mean, me too, Abby. Obviously, we're experiencing, you know, the Mandela effect, Abby. We're from the Berenstain universe, or whatever the fuck. My favorite thing from AI Somnium Files. I'm saying this specifically to give Abby and I pain.
This is a thing that can be explained by simulation theory, because literally everything can if you cope hard enough.
Hey, that's a true fact.
It technically is what's happening, you know? Some people do that to really just cope. Not that it's a healthy way to cope, mind you. Especially when it eventually leads people to become incredibly sociopathic about everything being a simulation. To the point they don't value other lives because they don't think other lives exist. Because it's all a simulation in their head.
Yeah, that's when it gets wacky.
Yeah.
But how do you avoid that point?
Abby, we should finish Nirvana Initiative. Remember when you were like, let's leave ourselves on a cliffhanger, like, before Pokemon came out? I hadn't, like, questioned the fact that we left ourselves at, like...
This was definitely a good idea.
Yeah! Like, in retrospect, I feel like neither of us thought that through, because I even agreed with it,
But also, to be fair, for that day, I was also extremely tired.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, it was very late at, night as well. Like, I wanted you to sleep as well. It was unfortunate all around. But it's very funny. I will also say that I think overall the prehistoric mons have better naming convention than the future mons. Just because everything has like a unique name and just not iron blank, iron blank, iron blank, you know? Because the name Sandy Shocks is honestly kinda cute. Fluttermane's kinda funny. Slitherwing's also funny. Great Tusk kinda fucks.
And Roaring Moon is straight up a subspecies name.
Yeah, Whirling Moon is just a fucking Monster Hunter subspecies. The only positive to come from the Futuremon naming convention is specifically the French version of Iron Valiant, where, you know, everything's, I think everything's Guard de something, or everything's Devoir or some shit, so they perfectly fit, you know, Guard Devoir as the Iron Valiant's name. And I think that's very funny of the French. I'd say they're French W, but you also have to, like, respect the fact that the French are very good at doing unions and strikes and shit. Like, French workers are so willing to fuck shit up for their rights. Meanwhile, over here, we'll have, you know, in America, we'll have 50 articles about, should real workers have 0 days of sick leave? Should we let real workers strike even though it'll fuck everything, you know, the economy up because they have no rights? And at some point you have to be like, huh, isn't it weird that the economy will just completely shut down if they go on strike, and yet they have basically no rights? Yes, the people that have infinite sick leave will decide that the actual people in charge of the economy have no sick leave. Anyways, that's a sudden rant, just because I was talking about the French.
Fuck French people.
But also, we need the energy French workers have. Like, when the French go on strike, fires happen. Like, shit gets fucked up if the French go on strike.
It will do damage.
They will. And I think that that's a big W for the French.
Agreed.
One day, shiny Sandy Shocks will come home. I don't know how I manage shiny Slitherwing faster than Sandy Shocks, and I haven't even used like the shiny food with Slitherwing. I just did like 1 or 2 fighting encounter ups around here. Since Bug, I felt like would have got me more shit like Venomoths and other things. The fighting did also get me like Medichams. I did get a funny blueberry Medicham. One day, see it. Coming back up. Oh yeah, the... Oh,
Okay, there we go. Got my shiny Frigibacks.
hell yeah. Yeah, a lot of base trainer types aren't getting much attention, and I think a good part of that is just optional battles, because, yeah, the artist trainer types have the fun little gas masks on, and I love them so much. But definitely the fact that trainer battles are basically optional now, which I'm, like, happy with. I'm happy, like, fighting no one. Definitely made it so some take less attention. At most, the hikers got attention because, you know, big woman. And you know what? Hell yeah. But sadly, like, fun trainers like the artists don't get much attention. Goats. But I actually kind of want to throw on the Dwarf Fortress OST instead of lo-fi music. I think Dwarf Fortress should win Soundtrack of the Year for 2023. And you know what? I'm gonna do it. Gonna go to the home menu so food buffs don't go away. And then just Dwarf Fortress OST, pull up the playlist, and fucking play all, shuffle this shit. Dwarf Fortress, just the OST for Dwarf Fortress is so good. I thought that new. That's not it. I don't know why my brain keeps thinking that was a shiny Sandy Shocks. The lighting on it is just weird. Hi there, Slitherwing. Slitherwing's been the, probably the paradox of the second most fan art. And I have to say second most, because Iron Valiant, you know, the Pokemon line it's in, that will always get the most fan art. But Slitherwing has a lot. A lot of cute art, honestly. I love watching Talonflame run. It's maybe one of my favorite things. It's so funny watching Talonflame just actually run like a normal creature.
The motherfucker trot.
Yeah. Since, you know, flying like a bird is not like a normal creature behavior.
Okay. So now I have the flex of a shiny that's in a beast ball, has a 0 in its least relevant stat, has all of its egg moves, and also has its Terra type change.
Yo, fuck yeah! Funny other Godzilla. actually main Godzilla. You have Mecha Godzilla and Iron Twins, and Godzilla in, you know, I forget Fijibax's final form name.
Excalibur?
Yeah. See, my brain will begin to try to remember that and say Basculin instead.
Fair enough.
Yeah, the sound association in my brain just be like that. I think after this one, even though, like I said, Veluza, I think I'll go do a few outbreaks first, and then Veluza. Sandy Shark is such a funky Pokemon. Good, sneeze into Yamchu combo, help me. Gracias, sorry, Nai. Oh. Bluffs. I still need to evolve one of my Hoppips into shiny Hoppips into a jump bluff and get that bit trained up. I'll just keep running around until the food wears off. I swear I feel like my shiny luck is ever gently better off stream. I have the opposite of streamer luck with shinies, it feels like. I'm gonna go to this Magneton outbreak I see. That's kind of in an awkward location. So I'm gonna decide to just fill my team roster up with the shinies I have. How shiny Snorunt is so cute. Gabagool, you're not shiny. I'm gonna put my team Pokemon along the wall over here. Not the team Pokemon. It's only those four because Pink Lemonade was still in here. Mach 5 gets to say because Mach 5 is also just shiny. With the rest of them. Just clamber on out of here. Me just staring at Pokemon in case they're differently colored. I've done like 10 Magnemite and Magneton outbreaks, and I have not gotten a single shiny either of them. And I think that's kind of fucked up and homophobic. TBH. They're going to be in this weird location. How's this gonna function? Where are they? Is this going to function at all? Was there like a cave that they're in? Oh no. Caves are like the worst. This location they're in, I don't... That's a Magna Zone. So confused. I might not do this Magneton outbreak. Look, I heard the sound of a Magneton. And now, you know, the snow being here too.
I'm so
Oh, hi there! Thanks for the heckin' raid! Welcome, welcome! Hope you're streaming well, Pastel! Fun little raid message. What are y'all doing? I'm trying to figure out where the heck this Magneton outbreak is actually. Ooh, Sly Cooper. I've never played one of those games. I hope you had fun though. Where to go with that? Hi, I'm Alina. I'm here doing shiny hunting. Also having Dwarf Fortress music play. Oh no, do I go for the... I'm gonna go for the combi. I need to see if I get a funny shiny male combi. The whole game in one stream? Yo, hell yeah! That's powerful. So it's chaotic? I could imagine. This isn't all of them I have so far, but this is a team of funny little Pokemon I have. Because it would be funny. It'd be very funny if I got a shiny male combi. Look at all these differently colored little friends. I love the way Toad School runs. Literally just an earthbound enemy.
Run, white boy, run.
Right, I didn't name the Marie. I want you to see if I can actually fit the funny name Abby put. Let me scroll up.
I don't remember if this game has 15 character names or not. Probably not.
Almost certainly not.
It's 12 characters. So I'll have to shorten it. Did you like count out how long it was?
No, I'm working off of Ultra Kaiju.
Oh, was that a name Abby gave you for Ultra Kaizu?
No, Ultra Kaiju has a 15 character name limit.
Oh, okay.
Which ultimately means that Monster Rancher is better than Pokemon, and I'm dying on this hill now.
Yeah, Abby, I'm 2 characters off from putting in your funny little name. Yeah, Mecha Tyranitar is fuck so hard as a design. Shiny Combi is like really red orange, right?
Wait, you're actually genuinely going with that name?
Yeah.
Combi is like a very red orange, yeah?
Abby, you should know me by now. Give me a dumb name and I'm gonna have to do it, if I can.
Next thing I know, I'll suggest Poop Shitter as a Pokemon name and Lena will try it.
You know, thankfully, the census would catch it. But knowing that it's a God game reference, you know, helps a lot. Flip a coin, or don't. Now, we're gonna do this combi outbreak and see what I get. It'd be super funny to get a shiny meal combi still. Mach 5 is on a fucking killing spree. Take care. Thanks for the raid again. This is one of the better raids, just cause outbreaks, just cause you see, there's just lots of things spawn in. It's not a awkward one like any of the ones in the mountains. Okay, Mach 5, we have to talk about your pathfinding real quick. Honestly, my Outbreak luck isn't one of the best. Isn't the best around for shinies. I don't know how exactly the extra shiny chance for outbreaks really works. I just remember hearing, yeah, if you KO Pokemon during an outbreak, higher chance to get a shiny. And that's all I've been going off of.
I think it's specifically 30 plus for one roll and 60 plus for another roll.
Gotcha. That's kind of fucked up. But I guess technically the strategy would be like counting out how many KOs I get, saving at like 29 or something, and just reloading on the next thing. But that's like so much time to just do that.
Don't really need to count it. The messages are at those breakpoints.
Oh. That makes sense. Got a funny little message. I don't think it's working. Not as working. I don't think I'm getting one this outbreak. Which means soon I get to do funny Veluza Bullet Hell. Mach 5, just fight! Jesus Christ! Move. Yeah, since an outbreak is happening. Like, might as well all exist. I was going to do a Magneton outbreak, but, that one's in a very awkward spot that just doesn't function. We'll see what if we get one from this, though. I've already gotten one. I got the funny little Marie that Abby just threw a name out at me, apparently not expecting me to attempt to put the name in. I still find Shiny Ditto to be the funniest shiny that exists. Because, like, once it transforms, you're not going to know it's shiny anymore. Because it's not like it transforms into a shiny version of the Pokemon. It just transforms into the Pokemon unshiny if it's not shiny. And I think that's a little lame. I feel like Shiny Ditto should always transform into a shiny version of a Pokemon. And I don't think that's even a hot take. I think literally everybody would agree. Sometimes the auto battle is just so finicky. Where'd he go? Oh. No, that was even where I thought you were gonna go to begin with. Sometimes Pokemon just doesn't want to go out and fight. I love the spins that just sometimes happen with the pathfinding.
Yeah.
Hit the Kombi that's like under that tree.
I was thinking about it a bit, by the way, and is it weird to say that, like, with time I started getting less pissed off about the fucking raids? Because they're still garbage, but I just stopped caring quite as much.
I mean, that makes sense. That's called apathy. You grew apathetic to it.
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, all things considered.
You grew numb. You know in Dwarf Fortress where you...
Nerve condition joke, but Tess.
Yeah. You know in Dwarf Fortress where sometimes you'll have the text, she felt nothing after seeing, you know, somebody's dead body? That's essentially what happened to you. You know, I'll look at your overview and I'll see I felt nothing after experiencing Raid and Scarlet Violet. I felt nothing after experiencing Raid and Scarlet Violet. Is the lake the best spot for Evoluza?
I do not think there are any psychic types competing for that area.
There's Slowbros that spawn. Sorry, my throat just would not function for me. Yeah, Slowbro I know spawn around here, so I think Slowbros compete. But I would not mind a shiny Slowbro. Is Slowpoke psychic yet, or no?
I don't remember.
I believe it is.
Yeah,
yeah, then there are psychic types competing in the area. My bad.
I like that, you know, me talking about Slowbro didn't matter until I said Slowpoke.
I mean, I heard you say Slowbro, and I was like, yeah, I'm wrong, but I forgot about Slowpoke, too.
That's fair. I need to do a shiny food for this one specifically, and not just encounter. Psychic, 2 onions, a prosciutto, green, red, yellow. Bitter and a sour. I think sour and sweet are the two I don't want alone. I don't think they give me the things I want. Specifically, they don't give encounter power. Bring the prosciutto down first. I wonder the next thing fixes the clipping that happens during here.
Yeah.
It's the most, like, aggressively bad thing. I contemplated putting the top on, but nah. I felt like nothing would spill out, but I'm not... Oh, 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 oh! My eyes! That should give me... Sparkling and Encounter Power Psychic. My funny little Mareep wants to learn a move. Sadly, I will never be able to visually tell a shiny Slowpoke, because shiny Slowpoke blows ass. Because it's a very lighter shade of pink. There they are! The funny fish!
The nightmares. Avalog, what the fuck? Yeah, Avalog hangs out around here.
Oh yeah, I know, just with the encounter powers too, I'm like, what the fuck? It's so weird, because like, then Shiny Slowbro and Shiny Slowking fuck hard. Oops. But then Shiny Slowpoke just sucks. Hey, who's inside of me? Can you like... Ooh, game is like at 3 FPS right now. Funny you like doing FPS drop. Ooh, done a good FPS. You know, I didn't expect this many Slowpokes, actually. I expected more Veluzas. Ah, Slowpoke! Of the doofy little floaty. Like, I can't tell if one of these Slowpokes might be shiny or not. They all look the same. I would love the lake to just be Veluzas, then I might be able to see a green one. Ah! Where did you come from? For real? It's going at incredibly high speeds. My strat for Veluzas is I just jump as often as I can to avoid them. So this definitely is not an optimal Veluza area. I didn't expect Slowpokes to win out this much. At least I did a hard save beforehand, so I can just reload potentially. And then look where else Veluza spawn. I think Veluza spawn elsewhere.
Yeah, they do.
Where else do they spawn, Ev?
Right, like, you know the, fucking Deer Legendary Shrine?
Yes. That's
On the coast above that.
Is that the one, that's the autumn area, right?
Yes, the one that's directly above you.
Yeah. I'll go there. Just so I don't have so many Slowpokes. Oh, look, right here, immediately. Make funny sounds. god. This is like you just chummed the waters, and you're just learning that the water's full of, like, barracudas and shit. Ah!
Yeah. These fish are nightmares.
It makes such cute sounds, though. I'm definitely handling this perfectly, though. I'm a master Veluza. Oh, they all hit into their wall.
Heard a comical fun noise. It's like the sound fucking Koridon and Miraidon make when they slam into something.
Yeah, the thunk. Ooh wee. I think that actually that should have been the psychic gym instead of whatever the fuck you do during the psychic gym. I think being tossed into a lake of Veluzas and needing to dodge all of them should have been the psychic trial. I have failed the challenge. I like watching some of them just swim around me.
I think the psychic trial should have been luck-based personally.
I think the psychic gym should have be handling a lawsuit with that fucking cadaver guy. You're just getting sued for alleged information or whatever the fuck he's based his thing off of. I feel like he used something beyond like impersonation or whatever.
Impersonation sticking in your mouth.
Damn. Not cadaver, Kadabra. I don't remember what his name is, but the Japanese name of Kadabra is, like, the entire Abra line in Japan is named after actual magicians. 2 out of 3 of them are, like, dead magicians, while Kadabra specifically was named after... he's not a magician. What was the actual thing
Illusionist.
Yeah, illusionist, because he's claiming the thing he's doing is real. Like Young Geller or whatever the fuck. He's a con artist that, like, actually he's trying to say his magic. Yeah, Yuri Geller, that's it. Yeah, for the longest time they couldn't print Pokemon cards of Kadabra because of him. He's a fucking...
Oh, also, hi, Trent.
Oh, there's a trenching call? Hello. Yeah, that Uri Geller guy is just a real piece of work. There's just so many. But none of them have green fins instead of purple. Honestly, I'm pretty proud of myself for only getting into 1 encounter so far with them. If this isn't as much of a nightmare as you think it is. Actually kind of fun. Nearly slid off. There was in fact a Veluza waiting for me to slide off. I don't need to, you don't need to beat him up. Since this isn't an outbreak, this is specifically, encounter power, I'm just deloading them and then reloading new batches. Outbreaks, you want to KO them. With encounter power, you just want to run around and reload a whole lot. If I had to KO Veluzas, that'd make this an actual nightmare. Like an outbreak of Veluzas, I've tried that before. That is actually a nightmare. Because you're trying to like finagle the auto battling system while you're constantly being attacked. If I could use my funny little goat for auto battling on water, I would, but because so far goat's been the most like consistent. Though Gimme Gold actually has been pretty consistent in use as well. Some Pokemon just auto battle better than others, and I think that's fucked up. Like the way they move around just fits better. Shit. I ran into that one myself. I like the way they stare at you while in the water. They look doofy. Hate YouTube playlists because now and then they just auto pause a video just because the screen's not focused on it. It's like
there's a Firefox extension that fixes that.
I should get that. I don't know why YouTube decided that was a good feature to have. Because that didn't used to be a feature, then they added that, and they really thought, oh, we're on to something with this one. I see the Abby DM, I assume that is the extension. So this song's... Oh. It's a... The playlist ended on an hour of ambient Dwarf Fortress songs, which, that's, you know, cool and all, but not what I'm looking for. I have 17 minutes to try and find one of these funky dudes. I think one of them just did a funny flop out of water. And then back in, like he jumped from the water. I'm trying to think of what other psychic type I'd try and go after Veluza if I have leftover time. Like, honestly, Slowbro would... Specifically, Slow King is what I'd want. Slow King cause chilly reception, and... You know, I like me Ice type a whole lot. I'd
I
want...
really like slugging a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
I also plan on hunting one for myself at some point.
And there's not many psychic types I just enjoy. I wish Solosis was... Yeah, I wish Solosis was in this game.
Honestly, a kind of a big loss, yeah.
Instead we had to get, Goth Gardevoir. Along with
I'm
Gardevoir.
more likely to hunt for a Galarian one since Galarian Slowking is my favorite of that whole family.
Yeah, that checks out.
That makes perfect sense and is completely valid.
Hmm.
My preference is towards regular Slowking because I'm just a sucker for water types in general. And I think it just fits better on a snow team because of its water typing.
Hmm. Yeah,
That's just a me take.
Gothitelle is what I call Goth Gardevoir. Because, you know, the Gen 5 Psychic type that was basically Gardevoir. Before Gardevoir got its fairy typing. See, I'm somebody who doesn't even, like, care much for Gardevoir. I'm a fucking weirdo that... I'm like, yeah, Gardevoir's a Pokemon that exists. I understand why people like it, but it's not my thing. I want Solosis. Solosis is also Gen 5. Gothitelle is Gen 5, right? Or was that Gen 6, actually?
It's supposed to Gen 5.
It was 5. Yes.
Solosis and Gothitelle were opposite version exclusives for each other.
Gotcha. Yeah, Solosis is probably one of my favorite psychic types. I couldn't imagine why, you know? But also, whatever the fuck the final level's name pronunciation is, just kind of fucks as a design.
Ray and Nicholas is funky.
Yeah, Ray Nicholas. There's just some typings in Pokemon that whose design has very little design. Like Malamar is funny. Malamar and Inkay are both funny Pokemon. It's like I barely use fire types because not many fire type interest me, though this game gave me Fuecoco, so I didn't have to worry about that for once in my life. Rock and Ground are another type that often have that issue, but once again this gen came out with looking out for me with Glimmet and Glimora. Just a really nice rock type design.
Which Pokemon? Sorry.
Glimmet and Glimora.
Yeah.
Like I normally don't use rock types, but those designs just reveal good. Yeah. Steel typing's also one I often have issues with. And I didn't use a Revivroom. I think Garganacl's funny. It goes from being a Super Mario Galaxy power-up into Minecraft, and I think that's funny.
I definitely really like Garganacl. I hope it finds some really niche, weird shit it can do in a competitive just to be seen more.
I've seen a few funny things it can do.
Quote unquote niche.
Yeah, I've seen it.
It's used a lot in VGC and singles both.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Damn, I actually didn't know that.
Iron Defense, Salt Cure, and Body Press.
Yeah, you just kind of win a war of attrition at
Terra
that point.
typing to water, for example, makes it also really hard to get rid of.
Mm-hmm. And I figured, does Garganackle have any self-heal?
I don't think
Yes.
so.
Recover.
It does, yeah, okay.
What the fuck? Damn.
And even nerfed recover is pretty good.
Also to Ghost, since its ability neutrals out the Ghost weakness that would have.
Mm-hmm. I got a fun Dwarf Fortress song with the lyrics.
You'll have to pardon me for being an uncultured swine about Garganackle.
I'm sorry, no fucking way!
Are you? Lita!
Oh, come the fuck on.
Fucking Christ! Stop!
Wait, did that thing actually despawn because of its Veluza, or is it going to reappear? No, it's still there.
I think it'll reappear after the battle.
Why do goats spawn on the edge of the water?
Help! This Veluza is.
Veluza's here to kill. Veluza's pissed.
I'm pissed! Okay. Got it.
I mean, hey.
That Veluza's on land! I cannot believe this!
That Veluza's on land. What is he doing? Where is he going? No! Our holy ground! Your filthy water!
Hunt it back in the water before it can evolve.
What did it do?
What the fuck?
This entire encounter is fucked up.
You get to see under the water in the first shake.
Yeah! There's so much weird shit going on here. I have a Psychic Encounter 3 going on, and I find a shiny Go-Go! This is my 6th one. This is my 6th shiny Go-Go I found. I'm like, so upset. I've given like 4... Let's see, no, I've given 3 of the Go-Goats to... Oh no, you have Double Edge.
I mean, I guess if you want to give another goat away, I might take one at some point.
Well...
Also, one of the people you gave a goat to also found one.
Yeah, Abby and Jen eventually found their own funny goat. A good point. I was like, oh. Okay, so can we do this later, Marie? I'm actually mashing B. Can we do this later? I have a food buff going on. Still, I have 7 minutes left. I'll probably, even if I don't find a shiny Veluza, I'll probably will just... Abby just threw out a name. Abby said a silly little name, not expecting me to put it in. And I put it in. Oh, you tap right on your D-pad and it shows you how long your food buffs are going for. You can't do it during picnics, which is a little annoying. You know, the thing where you need to have your egg power food buff going for it. How did I encounter... Sometimes you encounter... You initiate battles of Pokemon that are just not actually touching you. Why were there goats there? I didn't even take a screenshot. I was too, like, distraught. I was too distraught about, once again, finding a shiny goat. Here's the thing. I'm going to give you this shiny Go-Goat, and then you'll find your own shiny Go-Goat randomly out of nowhere.
Yeah, fair.
But it won't happen until I give you the Go-Goat. Until I've, like, imparted my curse to you. Until I infect you with goat vid. Yeah, Ev said that she'd probably take one. I still have a shiny Skiddo lying around.
I have my own curse, I think.
What's your own curse, Abby?
My food right now is Ice Experience up 2, Normal Encounter Power 1. And a shiny Pawmi appeared.
A dog.
Another. What? Isn't that your third shiny Pawmi?
4.
Fourth? Goddamn. So many funny little strawberry things. Yeah, I'll probably be handing it either my shiny Skiddo or shiny Go-Go to have lying around. I don't know if Ev's got any, like, if you have any extra shinies to, like, equivalent exchange for it.
I haven't found any extra shinies yet, no. All of them have been, non-duplicates.
I have, like, 2 shiny Hoppips. I used to have 2 shiny Venomoths, but I think specifically, I think the shiny Pomo I have is what I traded a shiny Venomoth for with Abby.
That was a Pawmi for Venomoth trade.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. I don't think I'm gonna find my funny little Veluza friend. Instead, I gotta go. Help. I am under attack. I find it fucked up that I haven't found a shiny Veluza yet, honestly. I've avoided them so well for so long. I deserve a shiny Veluza. I can 1cc this. Sorry, I see the goat spawn in and I'm like, no. I'm gonna have goat anxiety by the end of my shiny hunting journey. Because they appear literally everywhere. I don't know how this. I don't know why they spawn everywhere. Apparently so. Let's think of something with I can go for with shiny encounter 2 instead after this food. Not shiny encounter. Encounter power 2. Wrong words. Well, mostly right words. I just added an extra word that didn't belong. Is Torkoal only fire typing? Or is Torkoal a dual type?
Pure fire.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
There's no fire encounter 2, so I can't go for Torkoal. Okay, yeah, the food wore off. I can tell because Dragalge has appeared. Let me think. Let me peruse the Pokédex real quick. I enjoy finding shiny that I could reasonably hunt. I don't think Electric Encounter... Right, we've been over this. Electric Encounter 2 doesn't exist, so Shinx would be tough. There's no good spots to shiny hunt Petal. I have to breed for one. I could go for... Dragon Encounter 2 exists. I could still go for a funny little Gibble. Which I also use Dragon Encounter 2 for Noibat. Do I keep saying shiny encounter? I just mean encounter power 2. Please understand my mouth doesn't work. Might as well save the game after... Oh, that's not saving the game. Oh no, yeah, it is. I hit R. Sometimes I forget R is a button that exists to save, and I thought I just clicked Picnic. This is also Encounter Power Dragon. Let's go. I think I did a different sandwich for Encounter Power Dragon before. This one's just better. Less ingredients. Why are the tomato slices like so thick? Like who cuts tomato that thick? Tomato already sucks. I don't know many people that cut their tomato slices that thick. believe underground in here should be Gibbles. Oh, and dinos as well. Fuck yeah. Actually, I might go for Dino instead. That I don't spawn in. Oh, kind of. Oh, ooh, yep. Okay, I found where I'm running around now. Got dinos and Gibbles along this path. And I should try and get 2 shiny Gibbles, so I could have at least one of them say as a good shiny, and then one of them could evolve into shiny Garchomp. And that's not going to be a priority. You know, I have a green dino and... Whoa, shiny Salazzle! Wait, is that...
Yo!
It didn't sparkle, though.
That's not shiny. That's not shiny.
That's not?
That's weird lighting.
Oh, it is just weird lighting. It looks very white.
Why are you white?
I don't blame you for thinking it though.
Yeah, here's the
Oh,
thing.
yeah, absolutely.
I know how it looks like. That looks white. Because of the lighting. That's why I thought it was shiny, because I thought it was white with pink. Because it looked white with pink. Funny lighting engine playing tricks. As Darkest Dungeon would say, a trick of the light? I don't know how shiny Toxtricity looks like. I feel... Pardon me?
Pink.
Pink? Oh, gotcha. I thought it was one of the ones with like a mid... shiny, but it actually sounds pretty rad. I could also do poison in here for limiting toxicities. I know the body of a shiny Glimmet is like blue, so I know how to tell that one at a glance. I love this light source making the ground super white inside of this enclosed cave. Not one of those bitches was green. Why did they give Joy Fortress one of the best OSTs? like gibbles in the wall. There's a gibble in the wall. I'm inside your walls.
I think Gibbler.
I like how TTS said it.
Thanks TTS.
Gibla. I love TTSisms so much. But how Shay had a specific way of talking about the way TTS adds personality to text, like with wanton abandon or some shit like that. With violent abandon, I think was a specific way Shay said it. Which I think is very true. Good look. Nope. No, goodbye. It's a very, like, light blue with a yellow belly. And Dino would have a green body. That's what my eyes are keeping an eye out for. My brain realizing that I'm saying my eyes are keeping an eye out. I could have said a look for it, but I already said and. I already committed myself. So doing poison in here would also get me Salazzles along with my glimmits and my toxicity. That's a thing for me to keep in mind when I get around to poison food. I need to like double check these things every time because the lighting makes all of them look white. I need to get a good lighting where I can see that they're not actually white. Just jump over Dino. Watch, Go-Goats is gonna somehow spawn inside of here and I'm gonna get another shiny goat. Even though they don't seem to spawn in here, it's going to happen. Don't just check the...
I'd believe it after they spawned on the coast.
Yeah. Me checking the gibbles out of bounds to see if they're shiny. I think that'd be the funniest shiny to get, but also it'd be the saddest shiny to miss. I thought you'd know you'd miss it, cause, you know, it's in the wall, how could you tell? Right, can you tell your funny little gibbles to, like, spawn in bounds? Ah! He fell!
To the void.
Oh no! God, imagine if that was a shiny. The one that falls to the void. Oh no! Horrifying. That's a brand new nightmare right there. Shiny Gabite falling into the void. Thought one of those looked bluer for a second. One day I'll find either a shiny dino or a shiny Gabite. Maybe both. How much more do I have on this? Damn, still 16 minutes. Didn't think I had that long left on it. Heck. I will say it's better than encountering Pokemon in the grass over and over. I had my fill of that trying to get myself a shiny Galarian Zigzagoon and shiny Maractus. Two Pokemon I literally, like, grinded out hundreds of them to find a shiny of in combat. Also trying to keep in mind if I see a Doug trio to try and see if I can spot its nose, if it's blue or not. I think Shiny Hariyama has like bright pink hands. So Shiny Hariyama should be easy to notice. Well, rock rather. The Hariyama scared me and I ran into a rock.
Honestly, Bax Caliber is good, but if Arctobax was what the fully evolved of that line looked like, it'd be an easy favorite Pokemon.
Hell yeah.
Oh fuck yeah, little baby.
Look at this funny little green baby! Oh, it has like little purple hearts on it. It looks like it has a heart on it, at least. It's Capsicum. Who's that Pokemon?
It's Pikachu!
It's Capsicum!
Fuck!
I do enjoy my goat's funny painted hooves. I'm just going for a crit capture here. I have enough Premier Balls to throw like candy. That does remind me, I do need to like look at the auction again to just continuously get myself caught up on Premier Balls. Damn. I swear, lately I either crit capture or I don't capture. There's like no in between. I've never had a 3 shake into a capture. At least not in a while. Mainly because I don't like attack the Pokemon anymore. I just.
You're also trying to catch a full health Pokemon. Most recently, at least, it's been a lot of like high-end, hard capture rate Pokemon with at full health with a Pokeball.
Yeah. They're crap captures, you know. Yeah, and a pseudo legendary. Abby caught a pseudo legendary in a beast ball and just recently breeded a shiny of that pseudo legendary, passing on that beast ball. Abby's recent Excalibur. A very powerful move.
To be fair, I also used full swipe first.
It's still a pseudo legendary in a beast ball. I'm just like too lazy to bring out like Iron Valiant and like False Swipe.
I'm still not sure what to use my beast ball on this gen.
Neither do I, honestly.
Unfortunately, the main things I want to use it on are the future paradoxes, and I'm playing on Scarlet currently.
Makes sense.
I could do the funny and just have somebody act as a middleman to trade it to my Violet copy, but
One of these is gonna capture eventually. Yeah, but issue with that, since I believe Trim wants to get a shiny version of the future paradox, the spawn rate is much lower, and I think there'll be an issue with auto-saving during online multiplayer, so it's riskier to try and use a beast ball while in somebody else's game. I wouldn't trust like that, personally.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Yamper is not in this game, so if I throw it and it doesn't catch, it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
So, any Violet exclusives are off the table until I'm using the one in Violet.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I should just eventually just put Iron Valiant onto the team and fall swipe. But I'm so lazy to do that. I also just don't trust a Pokemon to... Like, I know I can just hard save beforehand, but the amount of Pokemon that just fucking kill themselves on me is too much. I'm too scared of that. So, getting a Glimmet here would be an issue, but that's why I hard save beforehand. So if it does blow up, I can just reload. This does give me time to think of what I'll name it. Though I don't have the auto naming on still. I should put that back on. I want to name it after a kaiju. I don't know which kaiju would best fit a hydrate. Oh, even though King Ghidorah isn't green, I feel like Ghidorah would still work. Quick capture. I'm freaking running up and down here a bit more to see if I can get a goodbye. Violante would be an interesting one. I don't really see it myself, and it's if it was a grass dragon type that looked fucked up, I'd consider it. Sadly, I don't think we'll have a grass dragon that looks like that anytime soon. So maybe if we get a proper like pseudo legendary that's grass dragon, or we don't have a grass pseudo legendary yet, right?
I don't think we do.
Many types don't have pseudos.
Yeah, cause dragon kind of nearly monopolized.
Literally, the only pseudo that isn't dragon is Metagross.
Tyranitar?
I did forget about Tyranitar.
It's funny because I was the opposite, where I forgot about Metagross and was about to say.
That's 2 out of like 10 though.
Yeah. Does one of the games have 2 pseudo lines? Right, 3. And I said that, I remember that, because then I remembered Metagross again, and that has Salamence, Gen 3.
Actually, there's 11 pseudos if you count Hisui and Gudra.
I would, because they're different typing.
Me too.
That Hariyama just coming up like a bite.
Subsumed.
See what this FDM is. Oh, that's... yeah. Yeah, it's much easier to pick up the ones that are... It's fucked up that Flygon's not a pseudo. My brain wants to believe Flygon's a pseudo, but it's not.
Honestly, I do kind of wish the 590 paradoxes had 10 more stats, cause Iron Valiant would be a lot cooler to me as an actual pseudo.
Yeah. I think it's close enough that I just kind of see it as a pseudo, but...
Yeah, the fact that it's also like super specialized helps it a lot.
I mean, the funny thing is that it's not really, because
Oh,
Iron Valiant's...
not specialized.
Yeah, Iron Valiant is the least specialized of all of the Pokemon, in my opinion. Just because it's supposed to be a mixed attacker, and those don't function.
Here's the thing though, it being mixed genuinely helps it a lot.
It both helps, but also, like, it helps it not be banned. It still probably OU for sure.
Yeah.
Being able to use Thunderbolt, for example, instead of, say, Thunder Punch.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It is also extremely funny to me that Roaring Moon is not a pseudo, because it means that Salamence suddenly gained 10 stats over the course of 10,000 years.
That's evolution, baby! Well, other Pokemon...
It is just extremely funny that it is such a small number.
Yeah. The other Pokemon's like under one reverse. Well,
Also, that Tyranitar and Hydreigon lost 30 stats in the future.
yeah. That's science, baby. All the stats, lost stats, pulled up into Delibird.
Does Volcarona have the same stats as its other variant? I don't know its stat total off my head.
No. Volcarona is 550, the other two are 570.
Okay, that's a particularly funny one then.
Oh yeah, Screamtail as well. Like both Delibird and Screamtail, Jigglypuff gained the stats. Screamtail lost all of its stats I just realized how weird saying evolving in this context is. I'm like trying to use evolving as in, you know, the real life phenomenon of evolution, but Pokemon also has that terminology. This is awkward.
Jigglypuff, I think, was domesticated, TBH.
Yeah, you know what? That makes sense.
It's like modern dogs versus ancient wolves.
Basically.
That is a very funny way to look at it, actually. I really like that.
Mischievous just found less fucked up things to become ghosts from. Yeah, evolve heal versus evolve actually metamorphosis.
Mischievous got a haircut and started floating higher off the floor.
Yeah. I too lost a bunch of stats when I got a haircut. However, I did gain stats into better overall mental health of not needing to upkeep long hair. As much as I love it, it's just easier to upkeep short curly hair. Specifically, the fact that my hair is curly is definitely what makes the upkeep hard. I love my curly hair. Yeah, Mischievous lost its stats to then be able to like evolve into a witch.
It's also funny putting Donphan next to Great Tusk and Iron Treads, cause both are absolute monsters comparatively.
Yeah. Donphan's is kind of a guy.
It lost its stats and regained its stats.
And Valiant proves that abolishing gender is the real next step in evolution for us.
True.
I'm gonna actually do a poison food this time. I hit Poke Portal. I'm also actually going to very quickly use the restroom. Honestly, food probably will arrive by the time I do that. But yeah, be right back real quick, like. Hi.
Hello.
Perhaps not a good sign that my first time using Icicle Crash on my shiny Baxcalibur missed.
Oh no.
Maybe I
Yeah.
should stick with Icicle Spear and loaded dice.
Maybe.
Especially helps with VGC too, often considered. Like, honestly, that might just be my setup, just so I can, like, have a unique item.
Look for poison.
I forgot about that item restriction when I was first joining my team, and that, kind of threw a wrench into things.
Helps that Doubles also has more viable items.
Yeah.
Reset this funny playlist.
Like leftovers not being as good means sash and the type resist berries are more useful.
Yeah. The lighting here is so fucked up. You would not. Oh my god. I'm inside of a cave. Why does it look like this? So Cyclosaur has some shit happen to it for sure. Apparently this cave comes built in with a stadium spotlight. It is just optimal to go for open face sandwich most of the time. So, Humongo power up also means I might get a giant shiny Glimmet. Okay. Zorfalixx, whatever the fuck, how did TTS pronounce it? Green tail.
I'm not typing that in again.
Damn. I can't believe Abby would do that to me. My wife would do this to me. Blue ball me. Yeah, I have to also note that Salazzles are probably going to be the more common thing here. They're ones I have to look at closely because the lighting makes them look white a lot of the time.
I'll let the record state I found it. I'm putting it into I'm putting it for the bot.
Zephalaxixis.
Like, that bitch looks fucking white as hell at this angle. Like, in this angle, it looks like a shiny. And then you turn the camera and you realize she's not white. I mean, see, I've not internalized that pronunciation.
Damn.
Those two toxicities are inside each other. Twitter's going to go wild over that. Gay Twitter is gonna go wild over that. Only one Glimmet ever spawns. Not enough toxicities are spawning for my taste. And not enough Glimmets either. I think down here is gonna work. Whoa, what? Huh? Who? I ran over a simp. Jesus Christ, there's so many Salandits. I'm gonna... A shiny Salandit is gonna spawn and it's going to be male. And I have to... I would have to name it Tier 3 Sub. Yeah, that's more of a... Yeah, that's not it. It's not white enough. If I name a shiny male Salandit Tier 3 sub, would I name a shiny male Combi? They both can't be Tier 3 subs. So for those toxic girl pheromones, yeah. Yeah, I don't think
Tier
Patreon...
3 bus. Like buzz. Sub backwards. It's buzz. Get it?
You know what?
Do
I
you
actually...
get my joke?
I do, and I actually like it. Tier 3 Buzz is actually really good. Oh, give me a moment. that was in fact my food arriving. And I'm actually going to go to a B&B screen to eat, since I want to be optimal about my shiny grinding. I hope everyone's been having a good day so far. I just tried pouring water and the top of my bottle was still closed. Food's hard enough to burn my fingers but not burn my mouth, and that's the worst combination.
I'm linking an absolutely beautiful Dwarf Fortress tweet thread in no voice.
Yo, fuck yeah, I gotta eat this. Oh boy. On tonight's Dwarf Fortress team, some mischievous dwarf managed to activate my drawbridge at the same time that a visiting dwarf bird was on the bridge. He was launched into the air and subsequently fell down 4 flights of stairs. Holy shit. When his hands were crushed by his own poorly writing, according to the description, handwritten autobiography coming crashing down after him. He then toppled over and fell on 2 flights of stairs. Oh, fucking Christ. That's already fucking hilarious. This artsman started sprinting around the fortress. Eventually I figured out that a drawbridge was up and we placed 2 and 2 together. I lowered the drawbridge and he immediately left my fortress. He left his book. I put it on a pedestal to commemorate the occasion. Oh my god. He pulled it on himself! It wasn't that somebody else did it. He did it on himself.
I love the 12 hours later revelation here.
Mm-hmm. God, that's so funny. Dwarf Fortress is good. I'm excited to delve deeper into things because I've been playing it super safe with my stream saves, but I'm getting the hang of things better, and I think I'm ready to try and do more silly stuff. Like off stream, I've already begun getting water from a river, and I have a drawbridge set up to stop the flow of water once I have enough in a culverin or whatever the fuck it's called. Not a culverin. I don't know what. Oh well, I have a little reservoir of water from the river for a well, and I can pull open and drop the drawbridge to adjust the flow of water so I don't flood my own fortress. And I think that's pretty cool of me.
By the way, I also will note that the dwarf in question here is a poet that disdains artwork. He also disdains truth.
Wow. Fucking poets, am I right? The big thing I gotta, like, actually begin doing is, like, digging deep enough to find caverns and stuff and actually exploring those. And, making sure my dwarves do not die to cave spiders and stuff. And whatever, like, lies down there, like trolls and shit. Because I've definitely been playing it safe on, just living and not, like, digging deep, not striking the earth. Okay. I have finished food, so... Back to Chinese. Let's see if I can beat my previous stream record, which was 3. We're currently also at 3 here. We have the Marie, we have the Go-Goat, and we have the Dino.
The Morn I'm leveling is now at the point of being able to kill the Chanseys itself.
Fuck yeah. I see a few drop frames suddenly. Huh. I really want to see a shiny toxicity. I don't care which form I get. Oh! I think I'm seeing enough toxicities that I'll probably find a shiny one. Electric Encounter Power 2 would be optimal here if it existed. I'm once again going to talk about how fucked up that Encounter Power level 2 doesn't exist for all types. I feel like that's one of those things where, like, if you're designing a video game, you make sure that, like, every typing has access to the same, like, base buffs in your, like, recipes you give the player, right?
That'd be too easy.
No.
That's, you know, fair. I hope the DLC adds them as well, Wells.
They got someone from the Xenoblade 2 balance team in here.
Good bit.
Yes, I understand this joke. Is it because of the gacha thing in Xenoblade 2?
The joke is that fire is overpowered in that game and ice is severely underpowered.
Fucked up. It was just like, well, not really just like Pokemon. The ice thing feels like Pokemon. Ice types usually get shafted. So is Gen 9 going to be the generation of ice?
No.
Mm.
It might be, but it might not end up being that, I've heard.
Ice has a very solid OU representative now with Chen Pao.
Yeah. I fucking hate the lighting on the Salazzle so much! It always makes her look like a white bitch. And I'm like, yo, is that a shiny Salazzle? No, it's not a shiny Salazzle. No, not as many Glimmets spawned here as I would hope. Look, one of these days is going to actually be a shiny Salazzle in that group, and I'm going to, like, not encounter it, because I think it's just the funny light trick happening. I just want to get a funny pink toxicity. I'd also name a shiny toxicity strawberry lemonade, but I already have, well, I have pink lemonade technically. And that, like, what filled out the character space. I think I guess it matters which form, because amped up form definitely gives like pink lemonade vibes. I think a low-key shiny would be less so. Either way, both of them are probably going to be named after drink items. Because they're a tall glass of water, am I right, gamers? Am I right?
Are you?
Who else out here horny for toxicity? I'm gonna semi-find a shiny Gibble because of them spawning now and then. And then a Go-Goat's gonna appear somehow. I need to eventually make a tweet about that Go-Goat. I get my 6th Go-Goat. I know it's my 6th because I the last one I had was Mambo number 5, which I named because it was my 5th one.
Oh right, that reminds me I haven't tweeted about Poor Me 4.
I'm also shiny
Hello.
hunting.
Oh fuck! What you
And
have
by
to?
that I mean I'm not. I'm
Oh.
playing Pokemon Masters EX
Master
because I saw that Suit Leaf was back, and if you know anything about me,
Yo, hell yeah!
I think Leaf is funny.
Yeah.
So I'm just doing that.
I feel like isn't Leaf also the one who's like all since most trainers like that have like 2 different names? I feel like Leaf also
It's
goes by
green.
Lyra.
No,
No, Leaf and
Lyra
Green. Leaf and
yeah.
Green are different people.
Yes, they are, but people mistake them for the same person often. No, Lyra is the
Oh, she's the one that
Is the-
replaces
is-
Crystal.
she's the one who replaces Crystal. Yes,
I
she's Gen 2.
yeah, I forget that they replaced Crystal.
I like both Lyra and Crystal, but they're different people in my
Yeah,
mind.
It's
Like Gold is the same person. Like
Yeah.
Gold is Gold. He's fine. He's a funny little guy. He loves pool. Loves billiards.
It's just
But-
so fucked up that, you know, the first female protagonist is wiped from the remake.
Yeah. It is, as the kids say, weird.
Yeah.
The only shiny I got in Masters before I got bored and stopped playing was when an event with shiny rate up ended and the next egg afterwards was a shiny Lapras.
Yo, hell yeah.
Yeah,
I pretend the game doesn't exist.
I only began playing it again to get N, because I am a normal human being.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you're right, I'm a normal plant tanuki being.
They have a bunch of 5-star tickets for free now, so I'm just doing a bunch of funny.
Understandable.
Huh? Who the fuck are you? Oh.
I think some of the designs in that game is neat, but I dislike the recent focus on legendaries, mythicals, and shiny Pokemon on actual gacha banners.
Yeah.
I forgot that one of the Sinnoh Elite Four was a fucking bug trainer.
Yeah.
I was like, who the fuck is Aaron?
God, they really did just name an Elite Four member Aaron. Huh. I
Yeah.
say while this game has Larry, but like
His
Larry's.
voice is funny, cause his was Drapion.
Yeah, you want to know what they paired him with in Masters? Vespiquen.
Which makes sense. It makes more sense than Drapion.
X, that's not a bug.
Yeah, it's not a bug. It used to be a
But
bug.
it is funny. It is funny.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I got a free 5-star Unova pull.
Nice.
Let's see if I get N.
You know what's
Knock
funny?
it in.
I think Aaron is more of a normal people named than Larry. Because I don't know
Yeah.
anybody named Larry.
I know
Larry's.
2 people named Larry, and they are not normal people.
Oh, yeah. Larry. Sorry, me needing to see if that the land is actually white or not. Larry feels like it's a name you want to give a normal person, but like not many people are actually named Aaron. Though I know a lot of Aarons. Aaron is the white boy name.
Oh yeah, no, that is the name.
General 4 was also the gen with the Fire Elite 4 member with 2 fire types in the fucking regional decks, so they
Yep.
floundered and gave him a Steelix and a Lopunny.
Oh yeah.
Gen 4 Elite 4 is just like feel like a Gen 1 Elite 4, but they actually had more access. they should have had more access to more Pokemon.
Man, original Diamond and Pearl are probably the funniest Pokemon games ever.
They certainly are.
Honestly, it's still a better team than Gen 2's champion.
Free Dragonites, baby! Let's go!
Yeah. A Lance out here
Yeah.
like a little Lamau.
When his fucking
Lance is a
little
funny case,
sister
though,
has
there
a
just
better team.
Weren't.
Oh, you were saying, Trent?
I mean, her team didn't have much variety. It was 3 Dragonairs. Wow.
Yeah.
Same thing, but they're not evolved.
Yeah. I just think it's funny.
The Kingdra's cool, but
I just played
Lance
Wally.
also isn't the final boss of that game, so it's forgivable.
Yeah. You got red.
Lance is a weird case, and this applies to Claire as well, where they are both explicitly dragon-focused trainers in a gen where there was only one line of dragon.
And Kingdra.
Kingo's here.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, Kingdra's typing is super fucked up. What is that?
Kingdra is really cool and good, but it is still only the second dragon.
Yeah.
And Gen 1 Lance is even more fucked up because Kingdra didn't exist yet.
Yeah. So he had shit like Aerodactyl. Gyarados.
Like,
You know what's fucked up to me? I actually don't think any trainers in Gen 2 had a Tyranitar.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You'd think at least Brock's remakes in HGSS would.
Nah,
yeah.
fucked up. I remember growing up, I never figured out what, like, Bruno was meant to be the elite four of. Like, I don't know if it was rock or, like, or fighting, because he had, like, a bunch of onyxes.
I think he was supposed to be rock.
I think he's meant to be fighting.
He's fighting, but it does feel like it could be Rock.
Yeah.
He states that he is fighting, but his team is rock. It's a similar case to Raihan, where he's not actually a dragon user.
Oh yeah, Raihan actually, like, at least explicitly, like, yeah, I'm a weather team, actually, Lamau.
That one's funny
I run a
cause
doubles
the
weather
general
team.
also actually had plenty of fighting types.
TTS keeps saying general. Yeah, they, like, Bruno did have, like, Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, and Machamp, which I think is still, that's still, like, all the fighting types that no, Primate.
It was a team that made mostly sense, but they just threw in Onyxes because why not?
And the anime was like, yeah, no, he wrestles Onyxes, that's why.
And then in Gen 2, the only change was replacing one of his 2 Onyxes with a Hitmontop.
Yeah.
I'm willing to give Gens 1 and 2 a bit more slack in terms of variety just because they're the first 2 gens. And
Yeah.
things both weren't set in stone and there wasn't as much variety yet. but it is a little funny.
Like how Agatha is like technically a ghost elite for her, but for all intents and purposes, she's poison.
Agatha was poison, let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly. For all intents and purposes, she was poison.
Yeah.
Lance is also flying.
Yeah, Lance is the
It doesn't help that there were no pure ghosts, no pure dragons in Gen 1.
That's just Teeny and Dragon era. Pure Dragon.
They are, but they're not final evolutions.
Yeah.
Just like how we still have no non-legendary pure flying type because I refuse to count Rookity.
Mm-hmm.
But what about Corvus Squire? That's also a pure
Corvus
flying
Squire's
type.
a funny guy.
Yeah, that's pure flying type.
It is the same case as Rookity, but he's a funny guy.
He is funny. So I didn't manage to pull N, but I
Damn.
did get Wally.
Yo.
Funny guy with a Gallade.
At least right now we can pretend Pokemon are pure flying with Terra flying.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Like known pure flying type, Roaring Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Corvus Squire.
I gave a shout out to defend your honor of.
I'm still gonna run a Tornadus when home opens up.
I need to finish Arceus so I can start sending stuff over to home.
Tornadus Therian is an underrated design in my opinion. That's a funny bird.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I love Tornadus Furion. It's just a shame because it has Regenerator rather than Prankster, which are both really good abilities, but Tornadus Incarnate's inherent niche, in my opinion, is just better.
Tornadus Therian is very fun. Tornadus Incarnate is the only fully evolved Prankster with Tailwind.
Regenerator is a fantastic niche for singles. It's very strong there, less for doubles.
Yeah.
Yeah, Regenerator is still very strong.
As far as running Tornadus goes, I'd say Therian in singles is really good. But you use Incarnate in doubles just because Prankster is better than Regenerator in doubles especially.
Yeah.
Honestly, you just have the choice of ability nowadays anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's find this hot pink bitch.
God, it's very funny to me that Landorus, the fucking physical attacker, got a special type like signature move.
Hmm.
Thanks, Sandseer Storm. Really appreciate that.
I think they should give that legend line a third form that flips their stats.
That would be funny.
Special Landorus Incarnate is not banned at all. In fact, it's why Landorus Incarnate has been banned since it got sheer force. Not bad, I meant that first time.
I can also definitely see why this move would be really good in Gen 9 because it got buffed to 100 power.
God damn.
And it's also AoE.
God damn.
So give that sheer force because it works on that because it has a 20% chance to burn. And do damage.
Do damage,
Be better, Broly. Be better.
Not cool, Squidward. Never do that
Storm
again.
seems like a crazy doubles move to me since it's 100 power AoE that has a chance of reducing speed.
Yeah, that is fucked up.
Yeah. Honestly, all of the new like signature moves for the genies are really good.
They just all have an accuracy problem.
Yeah. But if you're willing to look past that, it's really solid.
They'd also be willing to look past it and miss.
Damn.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Wow.
I think of all the 3D Pokemon games, this is easily the generation I've been most excited for transferring to come out, and a big chunk of it is all the additions from Legends. Finally making their way into multiplayer.
The Legend teams are very fun. All of those mods are going to be really interesting to play around in competitive.
Same. It's a weird situation, but I'm excited to mess around with Hisui-mons. Also, Enamorous entering this game through home would also mean this game has 2 good fairy types instead of just Valiant.
Yeah. I mean, Grimstyle's here. Grimstyle's solid. Just not really for the type of thing you'd want. That's not the thing you want to use it for, but it's there.
Grimstyle is not a fairy type attacker.
Yeah. You press the foul play button.
That's a dark type support Morn with fairy as a defensive type.
I'm sorry. I keep thinking about how you were saying the one time you were trying to say Grimstall as being a Murkrow counter. It was very funny.
I forgot how Tailwind and Prankster work. I gotta give you some credit here.
But also I think you had the idea of like Grimstall as Prankster, outdoing Murkrow. Which, Murkrow also being a dark type doesn't allow that.
In general, I just really think that they are, at this point, kind of 2 different Pokemon with two similar Pokemon with 2 distinct niches in that same, concept.
What, Murkrow and Grimmsnarl?
Yeah, they're
And
both
neither
Prankster
can
mons that
touch
do
each
different
other.
types of setup.
Mm.
They also just can't touch each other, yeah.
Yeah, because Murkrow exists as a Tailwind setter who can, threaten with, Taunt and Haze and other things. It's funny because...
Yeah, it has Taunt, Haze, Tailwind, and Foul Play to actually deal damage.
Yeah, it's funny because Murkrow can technically touch Grimmsnarl with Haze. Since Haze hits everybody, it counts Grimmsnarl.
Grimmsnarl is also never gonna use a buffing move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, I am so excited for Ursaluna and Heasley and Gudra in particular.
I'm really excited for Overquill. Overquill is the first lead Pokemon I really like.
Do we know how Hisui and Lilligant's...
Hisui and Gudra is gonna be a menace in singles.
Do we know how Hisui and Lilligant's signature is going to work in this game?
I think we do. I can look it up.
All of the signatures from Legends are in the game's
I
files.
think that's Dragon Dance with some other bonus.
Hisui and Samurot's signature looks really good in this game. It is dark type spikes, but it does a little bit of damage when you set it out too.
Ooh.
Attack, defense, and speed by 1 stage each. It is just stronger Dragon Dance.
Nice.
Hisui and Samurot's move also gets boosted by its hidden ability, Sharpness.
Fucked up.
Same goes with Clever's Stealth Rock and it also having Sharpness.
Sharpness
Love
is a
it.
very good ability they added. I think it is a good thing to have as an existent thing.
Yeah.
Also, I'll be right back.
Lucky duck.
Hisui and Zoroark is going to be the funniest Pokemon because it is immune to all of those new 300 power moves and it has Illusion.
Yeah.
That reminds me of a video I linked to Lena and Ev. One of the funniest battle videos I've seen.
So I'm like enthralled by that onion.
Put that video in no voice.
But yeah, that fucking Zoroark play with that fucking video is so good. As long as I get encounter bug too. I didn't even save beforehand. But it doesn't matter, like this isn't like a fucking Urban Mystica food.
Fun fact, when I'm playing online this gen for now, I have a Zoroark sitting in my party that I'm just not picking just to mind game people into thinking I will.
Give me encounter bug too. Despite one thing falling off. Encounter bug one, yeah, that's, you know, to be expected. Redoing the sandwich. The potato salad makes that one awkward. I don't know if I have there's a better encounter. I'm gonna look at this better encounter bug I favorited.
Very excited for the inherent mind games from simply having Hisui and Zoroark and Amorn weak to fighting in the team. It's a shame the swords can't be transferred to my knowledge.
Damn. This one's also. Why are the. Oh, this one's super fucked up. A burger. No, that's not gonna work. That sandwich is just not gonna work.
Yeah. Hisui and Zoroark, Amon weak to fighting, and Amon weak to ghost. All in the same team is going to be extremely funny.
I just noticed some of these sandwiches are called bocadillos instead, which it says sandwich in Spanish. I couldn't find the other one. I might as well try this fucked up thing. Oh, I picked it up. I can't put it back down. that behavior?
I completely forgot that Veluza has sharpness. That's a very Morn to be sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very funny, rather.
Oh, I'm having itches.
Oh no, Lena.
I did so many fucked up things in that. Why is your character putting the tomatoes down like round side down? There's an entire flat side there. It's so upsetting.
I don't know.
I'm not getting encounter bug 2 from this. There's no way. Yeah, not even. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Once more feeling. Find the other one. All the encounter bug 2s are just really fucked up sandwiches. This one was encounter power. Guess I'll put the potato saddle like near the end, cause that shit just nothing can be placed on top of it.
Why?
Oh yeah, I've been struggling with these encounter bug 2 recipes because they all have awkward ingredients. Okay, yeah, that's a strat for it. Potato salad is a weird ingredient to place. Cause you don't
Potato
use...
salad's a weird ingredient.
Yeah, it's a weird ingredient. It's a like Spanish people do enjoy potato salad. It's true, but it's weird that it's not like you don't place it like that. You like spread it.
Yeah, it's a condiment. I consider it more of a condiment, really.
Like you honestly, yeah, I'd agree with that. I'm here to begin going for both Volcarona and Relor. I forget what the Larvesta, not yeah, that's Larvesta, not Volcarona. Sure hope I see shiny Larvesta in this fucking environment. Part of me thinks the yellow might blend in with the sand. Also hope I see Valor's funny golden ball. It's raining? Hi, Thomas. This is the first time I've had rain in the desert. Like, I know it's not, like, impossible. It's just the first time it's happened in game. A tiny olive beat up a giant cliff-hugging crab. Hell yeah. Yeah, like, going back to Veluza having sharp. Veluza is a pretty sharp-looking Pokemon. That thing cuts the water as it swims.
I mean yeah, but every other Morn with sharpness has a blade on their body somewhere, like on their arms.
Yeah, Veluza has its fins. Its funny little fins will cut you. That's funny because usually that then be delegated to rough skin.
Impeccable blade work of funny fish.
Yeah. I think Veluza deserves to have a sword in its mouth.
Well, like a dog?
Yeah.
Alright.
You can name it Sif. H-S-I-F.
Like it's just a funny morn to put next to Gaillard, Hiswian Samarot, and Clever.
But why do you pronounce Galade like that?
French.
Yeah, I guess so.
French.
Does French do the double L equals Y sound thing? I thought that was like mainly like a Spanish and Italian thing. I don't know much about French.
I don't actually know for sure, but it seems like a French kind of thing.
See, my brain says it's a Spanish and Italian thing, therefore it's not a French thing. Because despite being apparently a Romance language, French has to follow so little rules that Spanish, Portuguese, and Italian have. Despite apparently being related. I'll find a shiny Larvesta soon. A nice funny little circle to run around and to constantly get Larvestas. Honestly, also amazed at the lack of not many Yellowers are spawning. If they don't spawn in, I saw 2 back there, but that's a Rufflet. So many Larvestas around. It's so wild imagining Larvesta being this abundant, honestly. In Gen 4, Larvesta feels like one of those special mons for some reason. There's not many places to get one in Gen 4, right?
In Gen 5, where it originated, there was exactly one Larvesta, and it was an egg that you got in the middle of nowhere. Or you could catch a fully evolved Volcarona as one of the special overworld mons, like Legends.
Why did I think it was a Gen 4 mon? I must have been thinking about Heat more. Yeah, that's probably why then. But here in
I remember Lucargene playing through Black and White very blind, hatching the Larvesta and evolving it, having already caught the Volcarona and not knowing it would become that.
That's honestly kind of funny. Considering, I think, Larvesta you can see how this thing becomes Volcarona.
It looks like a baby.
Yeah.
Fun Gen 5 fact. Larvesta learns Flare Blitz at level 100 if you decide to not evolve it.
Incredible.
There's no reason to do this, because Volcarona also learns it, but it's funny.
No, I think the reason to do it is because Larvesta's a cooler Pokemon.
It's for Little Cup, obviously. Is Larvesta Little Cup viable?
Legal,
rather? Wait,
It would not know Flare Blitz at level 5.
That's fair. I don't know if it would have gotten synced down to level 5. So if you like level it up all the way to 100 and then sync it down to level 5, then you'll have to keep Flare Blitz.
Yeah, I don't think that's how Little Cup works.
That's fair. I don't know how Little Cup works.
Come on, game developers.
Mm-hmm.
From what I remember, it was originated as a format where you hatch a Morn and immediately use it to fight. Which is why level 5 instead of level 1.
Yeah. Wasn't it also like... it definitely takes its name from Pokemon Stadium's Little Cup. I think Pokemon Stadium's Little Cup was level 15.
Vodka.
Might be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Mm-hmm. I know currently Flittle is devastating Little Cup. For the same reason why Espathra is actually pretty good and competitive. Speed boost, storage power is kind of nutty. Physics. Sometimes the door for it, OSG gets stuck on like because fucking playlist has 1 hour Door Fortress ambience in the middle of it, and it honestly barely makes any sound. Yeah, storage power for speed boost is nutty. Apparently, you know, who would have thought?
Oh, we have someone joining the call.
Oh fuck.
Okay, she's approaching.
No sounds.
She's making sound right into my mic. I don't know why she's not picking up.
Fucked up.
Unrelated LY. I was looking at what Anamoris has because I'm the only person in history interested in using it. One thing I noted was Springtide Storm is not worth losing 20% accuracy for gaining 5 pow.
Yeah.
Over Moonblast. Then I saw that they gave this thing Contrary and Superpower with very respectable attack and speed.
Oh no.
Ooh.
That sounds dumb and I'm kind of into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes me interested too, honestly.
Contrary sure is an ability.
Like I was a bit hesitant on Anamoris because I already run the other 3. And I think making just the genies into a VGC team would be stupid. But I might do that now. As a joke.
The VGNEC.
Yeah.
Contrary is a dumb ability, but I'm glad that it makes the otherwise incredibly weak Superior into a competent Morn, because it just so happens to have the right ability and move pool combo.
Yeah, good old Lee Storm Contrary.
Wally's kind of cracked.
Yeah. I'm never gonna find another shiny this stream. Oh no.
I'm good.
What is... Every now and then it's like your weird like fog decides to roll back in. And then like I'll move somewhere else and then move back in a weird visual effect. The game is really just barely hanging in there currently, it feels.
It's doing its best. God. IGN interview with Miyazaki.
Yeah, that's
about
so...
Armored Core.
Yep.
Is it gonna be like Souls? No. Are you gonna apply things from Sekiro? No. This thing you're gonna add, it sounds like Sekiro? No. Is it gonna have big Souls energy? No.
Yo, is it going to have...
Guys, did you see the 6 there?
Yeah. Also, hi there, Kate.
Hello.
It's so... That interview is so funny.
It's so embarrassing for that interviewer, like genuinely. And that's not like an empathetic embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like, my guy.
I mean, at least someone asked.
But, like, I can understand
Hearing
one
it
question.
straight from Miyazaki's mouth does make it feel a little better.
Yeah, one question concerning it is enough, you know? But
Yeah.
it feels like they're grasping for a headline.
It is a 7-paragraph interview.
Shiny hunting is going well, though. I've caught 3 so far. I got this funny little Flappy that's now that was a Marie. I got another fucking Go-Go. Oh, Rose, you weren't here. I caught my 6th shiny Go-Go.
God really is trying to tell you something.
And then I got a Dino.
So I've
This
gone
one
through...
was on the coast this time, by the way.
Yeah, I was shiny hunting for Veluzas. I didn't find a green Veluza, but by God did I find a shiny Go-Go near the coast.
Genuinely a place I didn't know they could spawn.
They're just all over. So I am currently about 150 eggs deep in my shiny Rockruff own tempo Rockruff grind. I have sent 125 out through Wonder Trade so far. No shiny. I've had 4 with perfect IVs though.
Nice. Yeah.
And those I Wonder Traded out for fun.
Yeah.
Just because I think that's fun. But yeah, I'm still suffering.
I'm glad Kay's also...
I'm also still in my Poddle Hunt area, too.
I'm glad Kay's also found a bunch of shiny Go-Goats and Skid-Hoes. After what I have, but yeah. Continue, Trent.
My thing that I'm doing right now is I am breeding for a shiny Safari Ball Choodle and Sword.
Ooh.
Because that it is like the one Pokemon that actually matches every color on the Safari Ball.
Yeah. It is a Safari Ball.
Yeah.
It has 4 shiny Rockruffs from an outbreak? God damn. You could just use like an ability patch or ability capsule to get own tempo, right?
Nope.
No?
Own Tempo Rockruff was originally an event in Gen 7 that was a 4th ability for it that is not its hidden ability or either.
Oh
its regular
God!
ability. So you could get the 3rd form of Lycanroc.
Oh, that's...
Ash's Dusk Lycanroc.
Yeah. Own Tempo is its own thing, and I completely lucked out in finding a Dusk Lycanroc in this game.
Yeah, they can appear wildly. I haven't seen one.
Neither have I.
I have.
I know where they show up, where they tend to show up. But I don't want a normal one. I want a shiny one. Because I want my blueberry dog.
I feel like going for the overworld encounter gives you a better chance. Oh, well, I guess you're breeding abilities down.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. You're already breeding the ability down.
Yeah.
I actually don't know what my next hunt is gonna be now that I have the Bax caliber, but it might honestly be Rufflet in Legends since I've only actively shiny hunted one morn there and I won't be able to. Oh,
Dogs.
breed for Hiswian bravery.
Dogs of the blue. Dogs of the
I
blue
had
on
a
'em.
dream we got a Pokemon Ranger switch port, and it used gyro
Oh no.
to do the not gyro, like you use the Joy-Con to draw the line, and I
That still sounds like hell to me.
Pokemon Ranger 1 with motion control sounds like the worst game ever.
2
Yeah.
sounds better. Yeah.
2 and 3 would be fine, but 1 would be terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I played one. I remember the Charizard in one. That made me never want to play another Pokemon Ranger game ever again, and I never did.
They're some of my favorite spin-offs. Love those games.
2 and 3 actually let you interrupt the line and keep progress,
Yeah.
so they are immediately better games.
And here's the thing: I think if they did like a port or something of the Ranger games, they would put that into one. Gotta be honest, because there's no reason not to.
Yeah.
Shiny Oricorio sounds really nice.
I want a shiny Sensu style Oricorio.
Thankfully, if you get one, you can always get the Nexus from a store and
Yeah.
swap it to whatever.
Yeah, so you can have a shiny of every form.
But not at once.
They should do that more often with forms in my opinion.
I wish there was a way for me to switch between midday and midnight. Like
I want to know. I turn around and I see like a dozen Velours just.
You were surrounded by poop.
Yeah. There's just so many Velours.
As someone who is
It's not poop, it's just checks notes a mixture of mud and sand.
Yeah.
Then what's the weird like
That
weird
also
colored
might
stuff?
have babies in it.
Huh? Oh, like baby Relors. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought.
In Rabska's decks.
Yeah. Did you know that Velour spelled backwards spells come?
Did you
Oh,
did you know that Lena spelled backwards means snake?
Shit! You found out! I do find it. Oh, you go on.
On the topic of own tempo Rockruff, I do really like how this generation has recent games in general, really, but this generation in particular has been making old event exclusive things just regularly attainable, because the Vivillon form that in this game was an event from Gen 6 as well.
That's bad. But, yeah. It's funny that Velour is just roller backwards, and then Abscra is just, it's not necessarily Scarab backwards, it's semi-backwards, like the, syllables are backwards.
Alright, Wally. Use your Mega Gallade. To punch
Also
this
worth
slug.
noting the increased accessibility of Ability Patch, and by that
Yeah.
I mean still very RNG, but it still means hidden abilities are a lot more obtainable.
Yeah, hidden abilities no longer just being events or is a very nice thing.
Don't have to get a legendary's hidden ability through a single event that ran in 2012.
Yeah, like Crown Tundra was also added in a farmable ability patches as well, but 6-star raids are, while still very RNG, at least feel a little faster than farming out Dynamax Adventure for that long at a time.
And if you ever want to turn your brain off, you have Belly Drum Iron Hands and Belly Drum Azumarill.
I like Azumarill. I think it's funny.
Yeah. If I don't find a shiny Lorvesta or a Velor here, I'll probably like pivot it into Azumarill. That's pure fairy, right?
What? Azumarill?
Well, Azurill, because I'd go for
Azurill is normal fairy, I think.
Gotcha.
But I will double check that right now.
I thought Azurill didn't have water yet.
Azurill doesn't have water.
It is normal fairy.
It is
gotcha.
normal fairy, yeah. Yeah, Meryl's when it gets water.
I always remember that about Azurill, that it was never a water type.
Yep.
I still find it funny that at one point Zoroark was technically an event Morn.
Yeah.
I remember it.
I hated that back in the day.
Yeah, I missed
Because-
the event, and I was like, oh man, I guess I don't have this cool Pokemon.
I missed every event before Gen 6.
Ooh.
Okay. I got a Genesect event on the very tail end of Gen 5 because I just so happened to walk into a GameStop on my vacation to Florida when they had the event running.
Incredible.
That is the only event that I legally caught before Gen 6 because I had no way of receiving news about when events were happening, and even when I did, I only had internet when I wasn't home, when I was visiting other people.
Hi, May.
So
We'll also note the particular nasty thing about that Zoroark event being that N did have one on his last team in that game, and then Zorua just being a gift Morn in 2.
God.
yeah, I didn't get a Zorua until 2, because even though my cousin got the event, I don't think he knew it was breedable. Because it was an event.
Makes sense.
Honestly, fair assumption.
Yeah.
None of these Larvestas got yellow on them.
Like I don't think I ever guessed that Beldum was breedable.
Yeah.
Oh, that looked like I was about to, like, just casually clip through the ground for a second. Yeah, no one's buttered up a Larvesta, or a Velor for that matter.
Yeah. Young me just straight up assumed that Zorua and Zoroark the first legend that could evolve because it was event only. 2 generations later, we would actually get that with Cosmog.
Mm-hmm.
But
Shoutouts to Fion.
Shout out to Fion.
yeah,
Sure is an unfortunate Pokemon.
The furtive Fion, so easily forgotten.
That one I actually did have, but that's because I just hacked it in.
Fiona being so useless, but also the most accessible shiny mythical.
I'm so glad that they're just making old mythicals regularly attainable in games now.
Yeah. It's
Like,
just
it
a
started
better
with-
way to do it.
It started with Deoxys and Oras, and they've just kept doing that.
Turns out it's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
I don't think I like mythicals as save bonuses for other games like in BDSP, but at least that is a way to get Mew and Jirachi.
Yeah, it being save bonuses is scummy, and I dislike that.
Yeah.
I think it is a very marginal, just permanently being inaccessible, but it's still not great.
Ran into this trailer by accident. Yeah, the save
I want
bonus
to
is...
replay Oris.
Yeah. The save bonus stuff is just meh.
That reminds me that I need to make another Legends save at some point to get Lena a Darkrai that way.
Yay! Love me, Darkrai.
Darkrai funny.
I wanna kiss Darkrai.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Yeah, why you say that bitch way?
Thought you said the bitch way, and I was very confused.
Well, you are a female dog. So everything you
Yeah.
say, you know.
Yeah.
Darkrai's always been a funny morn for me for being the ultimate evil in every Pokemon media except for its movie where it's literally done nothing wrong.
Yeah!
Yeah, where it's just like a buddy.
I
Shoutouts.
Dog.
Go on.
You go on. I like to talk, but you go on.
Shoutouts to Darkrai, and how, just thanks to both original Diamond and BDSP having wall clipping glitches, being the only mythical that you could, or one of the only mythicals that you can just obtain whenever, even before they made it a Legends Arceus save thing. Through out of bounds glitches and on disc events.
Also, I believe a Pokemon that got its hidden ability patch should be able to breed down its ability.
Yeah.
Yes. You cannot breed down natures gotten by mints, IVs gotten through hyper training, but you can breed down ability patch hidden abilities. It's weird. It's the one exception to the rule.
Probably because like ability capsules it does actually change the ability.
Yeah.
Whereas mints and bottle caps simply change the stats, the original stats are remembered.
Because I bet you can't change Toxtricity's form of those, right? If I'm Nature Man.
I don't think so. Yeah.
It is extremely funny to me, on that note, that because forcing your nature to pass down and forcing your regional force to pass down both use an Everstone as the breeding item. Quagsire and Berserker will always be exactly the one nature without the mint this gen until home opens up.
Goddamn. Fucked up. Got my fairy up food.
What are you, a fairy?
Nah.
I am glad that mints are so easy to get now, since you can actually make use of the power items for more consistent IVS instead of bothering with passing nature aside from regional forms.
Yeah. Honestly, I think getting rid of BP and just making all of the shit that used to be battle tower rewards just regularly buyable with money is one of the best changes they've ever made.
Yeah. I don't know if there's like...
It makes competitive a lot more accessible for sure.
I also don't know if there's a better, like, Azuriel runs, spot, so this is where I'm running for Azuriels. Not a lot spawned, though.
That's where I would do it on it.
I also really like how it makes it makes money feel more important, because like in previous games it was really only for outfits, which is a shame that isn't as much of a thing in this game as it was in the other 3D ones, but
no.
It's nice to see money of more of a use.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, it's funny that people, like, didn't understand what the, like, whole little head leaning down thing during the eat animation is. Where, like, my head's like, oh yeah, that's the standard sort of, like, overreaction sort of thing that you often see in, like, a lot of Japanese media for, like, feelings like that. People were like, they couldn't animate chewing, so they did that. I was like, no, there is, like, a chew animation that shows up.
Yeah. It's also camp.
I think the big thing about the food eating animation in this game is that it applies to the stuff that you buy at the stores that aren't sandwiches too. So having it just be eating the sandwich wouldn't make sense when you're buying like a soup.
Or an ice cream. I don't know why I said ice cream. Yo, Wiglet, what's up? I think Wiglet's funny.
Doesn't it have that sometimes your facial animations?
I personally think it's a weird concession for the physics sandwich minigame.
Yeah. That too. But also, oh fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, sometimes your facial animation just breaks while the eating animation happens and just nothing actually animates.
Yeah.
I have to keep out an eye out for a green fella since Shiny Azuriel is green. It's funny because I think before I did like run up and down here for looking for Shiny Azuriel, and I found Shiny Psyduck instead, which I haven't evolved and don't really plan on it Cause shiny Golduck is meh. Don't know why they didn't, give Golduck Psyduck's color scheme, like make that bitch yellow.
Make him a gold duck.
Yeah.
You know?
No, that'd be too easy.
Yeah.
Same reason why Golduck isn't psychic type. Fucking oops, I guess.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the people who, like, I don't know, Mandela effect themselves into believing Psyduck and Golduck were psychic types.
Yeah.
It's a fair assumption, like, because
It's like-
Psyduck has Psy in his name.
Yeah.
If you aren't like intimately familiar with them, it's an easy mistake to make.
Yeah.
And if you never used one and you barely fight them, like you could go your whole life thinking there was always a psychic type.
Yeah.
Like when you are fighting, when you're probably fighting it for the water weakness, not for the psychic weakness, because it's just
Water's an easier weakness to hit.
yeah.
Yeah, there's more things you can find that hit that more
At
accessibly.
least in like a story run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in competitive, everyone's running a dark or ghost move, but you don't see Golduck in competitive.
Also in Gen 1 you're not exactly carrying a bug type as an anti-psychic Morn.
Yeah. You're not carrying a buck.
Shout out
You know
to
what
Leech. Shout out to Leech Life, one of the biggest glow ups in history.
God. So on my 3DS, I'm playing through Blue, just because I have nothing else. That's a lie. I have other stuff to do. It's just like, sometimes you just gotta remember where you come from.
Mm-hmm.
1, bad game.
Yeah.
Gen 1 bad. 8, a fascinating game, but bad.
Now that I think
man.
about it, Golduck is a very funny Morn for the general. It's in cause it should have been psychic, but you honestly wouldn't know the better since psychic essentially has no weakness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me with my funny Kadabra.
You'd also... There's so many weird things. Like, you'd never know what pure rock's weakness is just because every rock type is tied to a ground type.
Mm-hmm. Oh, fun bit of Pokemon trivia. What was the first Pokemon type to be matched with every other type?
With every other type. My gut nearly wants to say water.
Nope.
My
Like, I would
gut
say
says
electric.
water. Same.
Flying.
I think flying is correct. Flying was the first one to be matched with every other type.
That makes sense because of the...
I know this
Pertrio.
because I ran, because in Black and White 2 for the PWT, I specifically did the all flying gym leaders thing, because it was the type that had the most to work with in terms of being paired with other types.
I'm
Water
curious. Was
also
that
is.
before or after they added a pure flying type for the first time?
It was... That's actually a good question. I don't know the answer to that, but I just know that flying was the first. There are several others right now. I think water is one of them now. But flying was the first.
That had to have been after because we didn't have a water fire until Gen 6.
Yeah. We have a water normal?
I think that was Meryl.
Yeah, that was Meryl.
Meryl was never normal.
Meryl was
not?
pure water.
Meryl was
Yeah.
pure water.
Wait, are we talking about water or flying?
I'm
now?
talking about water now because I'm curious if a water normal exists.
There has to be a water normal, right? Because I'm pretty sure.
Bibarel.
Oh, Bibarel.
Right,
my boy.
yeah,
Right.
Bibarel.
My boy. How could I forget?
Ev, how could you forget, Ev?
How could you forget
Very
about
easily.
What do you mean very easy? How could you forget about
To
Dad?
be fair, Bidoof is just normal.
Yeah.
Dad? Yeah, Bidoof's just normal. I think. Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, flying was.
The first one to
The
be
first one,
paired
yeah.
up. And I think
But it was
that's...
all it would all happen like very quickly though. To be
Yeah.
fair. I think grass is getting there now that we have grass fire,
Mm-hmm.
which is still a very funny type. I think Scovillain is very funny.
What would be the flying ground type?
I think it is.
Gligger.
Landorus.
Was
Gligar!
the
Gligar,
first.
yeah.
Gligar was the first, and Landorus is the one I was thinking.
TTS actually temporarily corrected how I said Gligar.
Yeah, I heard that. You did say Gligar.
I did.
You got peer pressured by Abby's voice. But yeah. I always forget I almost did it too. I always forget that Gligar is ground flying. That is a funny type.
Yeah,
I like Gligar a lot.
me too. That's a funny little dude.
Yeah, he's just a little guy. My voice cracked there.
Actually, I want to count this out in my head right now. So Gen 1 will get, it's immediately paired with Bug, Normal, Ice, Electric, Fire, Rock, Dragon,
Yeah.
and Water. That's what, 8? And Poison, that's 9? Did I count 9? Was that 9 that I just
I
counted?
think that was 9, yeah.
Yeah, it's immediately already paired up of 9 types, and I think
That's
all...
half of the types right there.
Yeah, I think that's all the unique pair-offs in Gen 1. And then Gen 2 comes along and we get Steel, Steel's both introduced, immediately paired off, so that's 10.
Mhm.
Dark's also immediately introduced and paired off, that's 11.
Okay. Satiated my own curiosity. Flying being matched with every type had to be after Tornadus caused the first fighting flying type was Horlucha.
That makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
If that's the case, then yeah, it had to be by Gen 6. Funny that that's the last one. The missing link. 'Cause that's definitely the last one. Well, I guess tied with, fairy flying, because that was the last type introduced as well.
Yeah, fairy flying was Togetic and Togekiss.
But technically
I mean,
still,
also-
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, that is still Gen 6, yeah.
retrospective thing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of my brain's now trying to think if there's a typing water hasn't been paired up, but I think it's been
By the
everything.
way, you were right, as of this general grass has now been paired with every type.
Fuck
Yep,
yeah.
It was just fire left.
And it got onto a very mid design.
Mid-design, but interesting Pokemon, nonetheless.
What did I land on? Hello?
Scovillain is honestly not a bad Morn at all. It's genuinely really strong under Sun.
Oh, yeah.
Since it gets basically every bonus possible from Sun.
Mm-hmm. Shiny Spathra's pretty neat. If seeing it in game helps at all, here it is. I named mine Osteoporosis.
Oops. Thank you, Caitlin of the Unova Elite Four, for giving me a Kip ticket.
Hell yeah.
Espathra's a funny morn cause it ended up in UU right now, but that like days after people realized it was really really strong.
Cause speed boost storage power. Crazy. Cause it can turn in one protect, and then it'll calm mine next turn and then protect the turn after. And you now have 3 boosts. You'll have 5 boosts total for sword power.
May, what are you talking about? We've had land-based birds. We've had Doduo and Dotrio. Dodrio. This is Gen 1.
Yeah, Doduo and Dodrio.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
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 I keep thinking you're about to run into an Azurill, but it's just a blue flower.
Yeah.
I think Doduo's pretty realistic.
The 2 heads,
Goofy.
yeah.
Well, it's goofy. It's goofy.
They're based off of kiwis, despite the name.
Yeah.
Because their body types are definitely more kiwi-like than their
Yeah.
names.
And also, they're alive.
Yeah. Because the names definitely feel like it implies dodos.
Oh, for sure.
But they're definitely kiwis.
It makes sense for them to be flying type, but it is funny to imagine what they're doing when they're immune to ground moves.
They just jump.
rather.
They just jump. With their big old legs.
And then just flap violently to last high enough in the air.
They rotate their heads
I
like
don't
tails.
know. I've always liked the image of helicopter heads.
Yeah.
Yeah, like tails.
Actually, now that I think about it, new Pokemon Snap does actually show a Dodrio flying.
You also see it in Pokemon Stadium.
Yeah.
Where I think they just stand in the air still. But
Yeah, they're just kind of in the air.
I don't remember it from that, but maybe I just haven't seen much of that game.
I feel at most Battle Revolution probably animated it.
Stadium and by extension the GameCube games, because they just reuse Stadium assets for the Gen 1 and 2 mon. Had pretty much every flying type just do their normal idle animation except up in the air. Even stuff like Noctowl.
Shout out to Noctile.
So that probably does mean Dodo was just standing in the air. I thought Battle Revolution probably added animation.
Fennekin's
This is reminding me of Toucanon doing the flying Z move in Sun and Moon. Flying from sheer force of rage.
Yeah!
I love Toucanon so fucking much.
Toucanon is honestly one of my biggest hopes for DLC this gen.
God, yeah.
I want Golf Lady to just appear with a Toucanon as well.
I just want her to show up. I miss her so much. I saw her because I'm playing Usum on my totally legit hardware right now. And
honestly, I like Flamigo more as this is just a normal bird they put in Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. At most,
but I don't have a Flamigo named Gay Cheerios waiting to be transferred in from home.
At most, the only weird thing about Flamigo is if you like zoom in on Flamigo, like it notes it in the deck, and you actually can see it as well. It does in fact have its neck tied up. It has a knot in its neck.
It is a boxing glove.
I still don't see the boxing glove.
Someone showed me it at a certain angle, and I'm like, okay, I see it now.
I rotated that bird a whole lot physically, not in my head because I can't do that. But I have the ability to rotate it not in my head, and I don't see the boxing glove still.
What's important is that I do.
That's fair.
Honestly, I almost prefer the idea of the flamingo being fighting type inexplicably.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. It is funny.
Actually, what is the land? Oh, right, the ostrich in a spot, right? It's funny because it goes from like levitating using its toes. It's like, yeah, no, I don't need to do that anymore.
And also, it looks weird.
Looks like Lady Gaga. Which, I'm not saying that, you know, that's not correcting you. That's just saying the same thing.
I'm a little monster.
I feel like I probably will not be able to see a shiny Azurill because they are so tiny, they're hard to see normally, and it's going to blend in with the grass.
It's not one of my favorite Gen 9 designs, but I do like it. It's no Clodsire.
I just realized I could also go for Fido if I wanted to, if it didn't scary food.
Guys! I love shiny Fido and Dashbone.
Yeah, Fido just looks
Clodsire is a very unfair morn to compare any Pokemon to.
yeah.
That's fair.
Shiny Fido is just like looks like a dash bun, right?
Yeah, it has Dashbone colors, as far as I know. I have not seen one. But I've seen a shiny Dashbun, and I want to eat it.
Mm-hmm.
But also, Fido and Dashbun are my favorite Pokemon of this gen. This is straight up, so I am biased.
If I don't get a shiny from this stuff, I'll rotate to doing Dragon again. I'll swear. Game like throws
I
up
want to
it.
hold a Dashbun.
Yeah.
You know it's got to smell great, too, like a nice fresh baked bread. Oh.
Yeast.
But just always smells like that.
Mm-hmm. It's a constant yeasty smell. The funny thing about listening to Dwarf Fortress OST right now is that right after the stream, I'm going to begin playing Dwarf Fortress, and I'm going to be listening to more of this OST again.
Dwarf Fort.
It's an insanely good OST.
I'm so glad so many of my friends are falling in love with Dwarf Fort because I've been in love with that game since since I was in high school.
It's a game I wanted. I was in love with it conceptually. In practice, I could never get into it.
Yeah.
So I'm happy I can finally be able to enjoy it. Actually, I want to quickly show off, because I don't think Stream knows where I found my very first Squawkabilly. I made a funny realization of where you can find Squawkabillies. I'm foregoing looking for shinies along that route.
Lena, I need you to know that when I heard you talking about that, I went and did it too because I didn't have one in my decks either.
Yeah, that's just, it's just like, I was just running around haphazardly. I jump on top of my house, and you can encounter the Squawkabillies up here.
Yeah. It's
Fun
so
fact,
funny.
The
I love it.
Squawkabillies on the house are shiny locked.
That's funny! Also, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this because I think it'd be funny.
Cause they
Other
appear
fun-
in a cutscene.
Other fun fact. The squawk abilities in All for Nada cannot be battled and caught. Because
Fucked
that's
up.
a town.
So I heard squawkability, and I know somebody else that calls them squawkabilities. It's very funny.
Oh, you're squawkability? Oh, you were approaching me?
Yeah. Oh, your chime?
Ting. Let's go, Marstomp.
Let's go, Marchand. Oh. Results? Oh, hell yeah, May. Funny little spider. The funny little spider ball's like webbing is red when it's tiny, I believe. Tarantula or whatever the fuck.
I should use a Flamigo in one of my teams this gen. Because it doesn't seem like a bad doubles mon, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because of its
Immunity
funny.
to intimidate and access to wide guard is pretty nice.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, Arceus is one of
I've
my
also
games.
heard its
It's
stat
so good.
copying ability is pretty good in doubles.
No doubles.
Yeah, it's funny stat doubling. And Fido! How do you want to like rotate over to looking for dragons? Yeah, because they're more of like a suppressive constant ability rather than an actual like status down. Which makes it very strong because Pokemon can swap in and get fucked by it.
It also makes it a weird doubles ability since it also affects your ally.
Yeah. Though I know apparently there was a strat before they were abandoned VGC of pairing it up with one of them, I believe the funny fish, with extreme speed Dragonite. Because apparently that worked pretty well. And
That one would pair with the sword one.
the sword one, gotcha. I'm never going to be able.
Since that's the defense lowering one.
Yeah, I'm never going to be able to remember them by name. That those names don't. It'll take me a while at the very least.
Oh, new game changer tonight.
Oh fuck.
The return of the most innuendo-filled game changer episode ever is here.
Oh boy.
Ooh. Hee-hee-hoo. And Grant's on it.
Oh boy.
And Reika.
You eat avocado sandwich. I love it's called that, but the tomato is like the main thing in the sandwich. Like three tiny slices of avocado. What are you doing calling this an avocado sandwich?
Back.
Hi.
You know, I'm surprised you haven't evolved your Lord Farquaad yet.
I forget which one that is. Off the top of my head.
Tid's cool.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, me too, honestly. I just haven't gotten around to evolving a lot of them. But Chindelia and Zeus at 57, Christ. Oh. Digipacks have to look like pink hands. You know, I expected to see more dragons around here. I see a small amount, but not as much as I expected, all things considered. I don't know why, but that goodbye just feels different. Probably not different. I forget how shiny goodbye looks. Off top. Does it also have a yellow belly?
Gabite is also the good color.
Okay, so it also has a yellow belly, right?
You're a yellow-bellied coward.
Yeah.
I think so. Might need to double check.
I know Gibble has a, you know, the very deep blue and also a yellow belly.
Shiny Gabite's belly does not in fact change, but the blue is a noticeable difference still.
Gotcha. I feel like this is where I wanna shiny hunt dragons, actually. I'm gonna go back to doing Noibats. Honestly.
Leveling in this game is not bad at all, honestly. I got a pseudo up from 1 to 97 pretty fast today. 1 to 75 through chancy killing in that one weird cave in Area 0 and the rest with candy.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I used that. That cave was where I grinded a lot as well. Funny little cave. Remember the spot I used previously. It wasn't this spot. The Noibats are here. I'd have gone the wrong way from where I began. I keep forgetting Indeedee is in this game.
Indeedy. I like Indeedy.
Yeah, a bunch of Axios are up here.
Excuse you.
I just used Dragon Dance against a Clodsire raid. I might be stupid.
Oh no. Thanks, May. Has to be this direction because I remember right there is where I did it. water for Jatini. See if one of them bitches pink.
One of them bitches do not be pink.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought that Go-Goat was chasing after you. I was scared.
That was Mach 5.
Lena, get out. Lena. What?
I do have to worry because Go-Goats can spawn around here. And knowing my luck, you know,
Yeah.
I'll end up finding a shiny Go-Goat around here instead.
Oh, the misery. Every single person. Me.
I don't know how shiny Houndour or Houndoom look. Or let me set. Okay, yeah. Is it the red parts become blue or does the black parts become blue?
The black part.
Gotcha. So that'll be noticeable if it happens. Maybe. Well, actually, I know where I should do Houndour stuff. The fucking cave in the beginning, probably. Just eat a Dark Encounter 2 food and go around there.
That one I know for sure is blue cause I do have a shiny Houndour in Sun and Moon,
Oh,
which
yeah.
I'm almost tempted to keep there so it can be Mega Houndoom.
Honestly, understandable. I do not blame you. The goats have spawned. None of them are shiny, though. But goats haven't spotted once so far.
I keep forgetting how massive Cuffant is for being a baby.
Yeah.
Babe.
Cocarios can
That
spawn
Morn
out here.
do in fact be a baby elephant.
It sure do. Gotta love it for it.
I'm the baby, gotta love me.
I'm a baby.
I'm a baby.
I love the sounds the Noibat and Noiver make. I love the sound.
Yeah, they're... Excusez-moi.
Your excuse-moi.
Yo, let's go.
God, imagine if one of these two goats was shiny despite how many Noibat and Noivern spawned in. I'm scared. I don't go over there because a lot of Noibat spawn in walls over there.
You know what else spawns in walls?
My mom.
It's a real problem.
Yeah. We gotta get our walls in place every now and then.
Just kind of clips in there. Lot of you hear you know Gmod. Sound of things just slapping around in Gmod. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it happens a lot to my. Happens a lot. It's a real problem.
I thought the egg get sound in this game from Picnics was just an item get sounds. Rose, take care. Don't die. I guess it is a different sound. I mindlessly do the egg stuff. Like I always turbo control it while doing other things, so I'm never like conscious of the sound. I actively try not to be conscious. I'm amazed at how many Noibats I've seen and none of them have been shiny. I also saw a lot of Illusas and not a single one is shiny. But I sure as fuck got a shiny goat! Can't believe you're a cob of maize. Or maize, as I would say it. But most people say maize instead, which I understand why. But it is the spelling of that I pronounce maize. aka corn. I don't know if there's like a conceptual difference between maize and corn.
Technically there is.
Because for me,
it's complicated.
For me, it's just the Spanish word for corn.
It is just also the word for corn, but the the real life item maize, like the type of corn that is maize, is like a different kind of corn than like sweet corn or like you know popping or like popping corn. Though maize does make great popping corn as well.
The weird thing for saying that's different breeds is just that it at the end it's just the Spanish word for corn.
Yeah.
Which for me it's very weird thing that it's a different breed. Was just for me, word-wise the same. I feel like it's having
Corns you.
Ah, fuck.
I think words shouldn't be the same.
True. I had.
Or possibly more the same, whichever is funnier.
Oh no. But I had that. Fucking. There was a word the other day that I was thinking to myself, that's fucked. Right. Close and close. Two words just. that feel. They just spell the same, pronounced differently. Dumb.
Oh, I thought you meant clothes as in like the things you wear.
No, as in something's close to me, and then close to me, and then closing the door.
Yeah, I hate English.
It's so dumb.
I don't think words.
Ew.
Hoppin' Zamazenta.
Did you say poppin'?
I said hop and Zamazenta.
Oh, I thought you said
That's my
poppin' Zamazenta as if like a poppin' music spin-off like Zamazenta.
Oh yeah, but that too. I think Zamazenta deserves to have music.
I think Zamazenta would be cute into poppin' style.
Oh, for sure.
But most things would.
You know who I miss? I miss Zinnia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zinnia was cool even though Oris kind of shafted her fight. Like,
Yeah.
Just why is this so? Jesus Christ, these goats! I round a corner and I just see all the goats.
Are any of them? None of them are shiny. Okay.
I'm thankfully. I don't know if I'm mentally.
It would have been funny.
I don't think I'm mentally prepared for shiny goat number 7.
Gotta admit though.
It would be fun.
funny.
It would be. I'd cry though. Gross.
Don't cry for me, Argentina.
Okay.
You can cry for me a little.
And that's the funny thing about doing eggs. If you just have whatever Pokemon with you, the eggs are just going to be loot boxes.
Yeah. Which I think is funny.
Yeah. Like when I breed for shinies, I'm breeding Fomantis and Lilligant at the same time, Petalils. They eat each egg, it's one or the other. Ah, that makes sense.
If their parents are in different balls, you can tell which one is which before they hatch them. Because eggs show Pokeball now.
True.
Yeah.
A strategy I plan on doing when I'm on my own time, since I don't ever plan on streaming egg hatching, is that I plan on like doing a save before I do the food buffs, then laying all the eggs, then hatching them, and if none are shiny, I'm just going to reload a save, because since I'm not breeding for IVs to begin with.
Yeah, that works.
Just so I don't need to go through the process of slowly releasing them.
Yeah.
Because if you get
I miss my good IV Masuda Ditto, so I can breed for both at the same time instead of just one or the other.
Yeah. I don't mind as much not having the IVs, because I'd probably just begin doing great bottle caps, or bottle caps overall. Can't you just buy them as well?
Yes, they are 20,000 each.
Yeah.
So, not too expensive, but if you're doing it on every mon, it adds. But, like that, it's really just a matter of trade-offs with how useful money is. Game of what do you personally like doing and what do you not.
I do like that money is like actually useful now.
Yeah, me too.
I got
Like,
incredibly lucky, and the first Ditto I got from the Masuda trade code was a 5 IV1 someone in Japan had gotten from a raid.
Hell yeah.
Oops. I think once this buff wears off, I'll call it here.
I might ask my one friend who is not playing the game in English, so everything I get from him is Masuda. If he has any extra raid dittos. Because I got a normal one from him, but...
Don't appreciate how much goats are appearing. Hey, shiny Noibad video game.
Otherwise, I have a probably hacked, but I don't care. 6 IV Japanese one that I've been using since Gen 6.
Oh yeah.
So when home opens up, I'll just bring that over.
All these heckin' elephants.
I also have one that has 0 IVs, like zeros across the board.
Incredible.
That I also bring up every gen. It's funny, and I got that one in Sun and Moon.
Just in case you want to breed like absolute worst Pokemon.
I mean, I did use it to breed a Trick Room team before.
You know that's fair.
Like to guarantee that 0 speed, but
Some ingredients stack nicely better than others. Potato salad is an ingredient that does not stack in any capacity, and it's very wide. It's honestly just one of the worst ingredients to deal with.
well, yeah, it's fucking potato salad on a sandwich. It's an affront to God.
One of these bitches gotta be like copper green eventually.
Something I didn't think they would do but I'm very glad they did is Terra Blast having different animations for what type it is.
Oh, I never
Yeah.
noticed that.
Yeah, it's great. It's pretty good.
Mainly because I've never used Terra Blast yet, I think.
I just think it's
Raging Bull also changes on type. Raging Bull is an interesting one because it doesn't show the type change in the move list, while Terra Blast does.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up.
I mostly particularly think it's neat to have Baxcalibur using Fire Breath that's physical.
Punching you
Very
if it's...
Godzilla.
Yeah. Punching you with fiery breath. You shoot out your fire breath and it forms a fist and punches you, the opponent. I could definitely see that being a Godzilla move in the particularly goofy Godzilla era. I forget which era that specifically is. Godzilla sure went through its fucking goofy era. I love when my jump has to like weave through Noibats. Really bad, come home. 6 minutes left on the food. That's the stream's fucking life count slowly ticking down. Gotta find one eventually here. There's so many at all times. Yomb.
When she's yombin.
Yeah.
Oh, I unmuted because I thought it was over.
Oh no! Elephants.
No, it's the best type in the game, May, so...
Fairy typing is...
Better.
The weirdest part about fairy typing is that it goes on to so many innocuous Pokemon, but it just feels like, you know, should be on par with Dragon in the way it is.
I think it's silly.
Wait a
I
moment.
like it.
Yo!
Yo, spotted.
Yo!
Spotted. Lemonade. I love fucking Shiny Q fans so
I should have
much.
saved before I did this fight.
Not gonna lie, I didn't actually see it. And I have one of these.
I noticed one of them was brighter. I don't have the nickname thing up, so it's just going to immediately go to the box. Knuckle sack, go away! I'm being accosted by Pokemon!
Now that the dust has settled, I do appreciate Fairy as a type. My one complaint is that it shouldn't resist bug.
Yeah, it does feel weird.
Otherwise, everything else about it makes a lot of sense for balance.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely a weird typing in terms of the fact that it was made like conceptually it's weird that it was made to be a balancing factor. It's nice that it is.
Like it's strong because it was a reaction to how Dragon Heavy, Fighting Heavy and Dark Heavy the Gen 5 meta was.
Mm-hmm.
Plus that it's weak to two of my favorite types makes me biased because it makes those types stronger.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's one of my favorite types because Dash Bun. But I've also just loved it since Gen 6. Like, I've just been a fan of it.
Mm-hmm.
Conceptually. And I just think a lot of fairy Pokemon are cute. And also, it made a lot of Pokemon I like just because they're funny.
Yeah.
Better defensively.
It's not many Pokemon that it's typing like appeals to me, but the ones that do is like Slurpuff. I love Slurpuff. It's just a dog.
Yeah,
I
fun.
also appreciate that it made Clefable a competitive monster.
Oh yeah. Clefable is one of the funny Pokemon. I was referring to.
Hell yeah. Primarine is also a good fairy type. There was another one on. One I felt weird about was Whimsicott gaining it. Mainly because, oof, ouch, ow, poison.
Oh yeah, it's 4x. Yeah.
And that's really the main reason.
Yeah, that's fair.
Other than the 4 times weakness to poison, I still feel like it gained a lot from gaining the type.
Mm-hmm.
Like a fighting resist and stab Moonblast.
Yeah, it's just it's one of those weird because usually Whimsicott is mainly a setup Pokemon thanks to Prankster, but it does have a very beefy special attack. It's a Pokemon that can definitely be a special attacker as well.
Hello.
Hello. You got right at the tail end of stream, Shay.
Always.
Yeah, I got 4 shiny this stream.
Nice.
Shay, you want to guess what one of them is?
Surskit.
No.
Mewtwo.
Shay, I'll give you a hint. Are you watching stream?
Yes.
I'll give you a hint.
Oh, the stream is lagging for me for some reason.
Don't
Oh,
worry.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I see
Ooh,
some frames
big.
dropped.
Ooh, okay. Seems we're good now.
This is
Yep.
your hint, Shay. You saw what I sent out?
It's
Pikachu.
Giraffe.
Yeah, Shay, it's your after Hig.
Nice.
No, I got another shiny Go-Go.
Oh, not a Skiddo this time?
Yeah, this is my specifically my second one that's been outright Go-Go.
Oh,
Well, it's a good thing we're at the tail end of stream because I think Lena's internet's breaking.
Oh.
I think you cut out a bit there.
Oh yeah, no, I'm seeing massive frame drops.
yeah. This is.
Yeah.
And you're cutting in and out
stream-
in Discord as well.
Your stream heard that the stream was ending.
Yeah, apparently so. Well, you know, good time as ever to call stream. Food buff wore off.
God is
internet-
coming down from on high.
Yeah. I'm just going to organize
Shiny
a
Goat.
going to organize the 4 shinies I have, right? And then the Marie. I got, well, Flappy now. I got this fella, Dino. This Cupid was the last one of stream. And Go-Go. But yeah, thanks everybody
Nice.
that came out to watch. I am going to plug my usual things. And see if anybody's streaming as usual as well. Probably. Usually most people I raid are streaming at around this time. Well, I can raid Sam streaming Fortnite. I'm gonna send y'all over to Sam who is playing Fortnite because I
you
think
could
that
do this.
Battle Pass.
I am in fact gonna do this. Mainly because I don't get to raid Sam often, but also it's funny that it's Fortnite. Thank you all for coming out and watching. I should send this over to my end screen since I have one of those. But yeah, I will catch you all later tomorrow. Tomorrow. I can't say it's probably anything because if I say it's probably something, it's most likely not. Because I want to say it's probably going to be Dwarf Fortress, but if I say that, might definitely won't
Lena will probably stream Fortnite.
I'm ending stream. Y'all take it.
That way it
Number
will
one
always
victory
be false.
royale.
True.
Yeah, Fortnite. We bout to get